Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seat. Our program for today is going to start shortly. السيدات والسادة، نرجو التفضل بالجلوس. البرنامج سيبدأ بعد دقائق.
Kindly be seated. The show will start shortly.
وصل الصوت يا عم عندك؟
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and brilliant minds from around the world.
Good morning and صباح الخير للجميع. يا لها من بداية رائعة نبدأها الآن بالأمس. قمنا بالافتتاح الرسمي
Conference on Giftedness and Creativity, setting the stage for what promises to be a transformative experience.
Exactly. We have an incredible lineup of thought leaders, pioneers, and experts who will challenge us to reimagine education in bold, exciting ways. Each session today will inspire, provoke, and expand our understanding of how to nurture the creative talents of tomorrow.
And to kick things off, Osama, and ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Ulrich Weinberg, the president of the Global Design Thinking Alliance, and his session, which is going to be titled The Role of Education in Shaping Creativity, is going to explore how we can harness the power of education to build a world where creativity and innovation at the same time, thrive at every level.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, join us in welcoming to the stage Professor Weinberg.
Good morning. Good morning. It's your distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a very honor for me and it's pleasant to be here, invited to be on the stage to talk about education at that incredible event. I was here yesterday witnessing the opening session, and I'm really happy to learn that there is such a great interest in creativity here in this country. It's actually my third day to be here in Saudi Arabia, and I'm really, really pleased and feel already at home. So I got the pleasure to start this day, which is already prepared for interactivity, for creativity. As you see here, yesterday evening it looked completely different, and now there is a lot of creative places positioned, and I see a lot of actively waiting people. And let me share a little bit of my experiences through the past years from the Global Design Thinking Alliance, 17 years of being the head of the School of Design Thinking at the Hasso-Plattner Institute, a little bit about WeQ and the foundation and the future skills. And why is creativity so important? We are living in times of incredible change, and the change is speeding up. And what we need as older people, as mediums, old people, and especially young people, we need adaptability. We need to be able to adapt to this kind of change and also to drive the change in the right direction. Innovation is called for everywhere, and we need innovative ideas for solving complex problems. Companies are asking for this, organizations are asking for this, individuals are asking for this. Politicians are asking for this, and we need new ways how to handle complex problems. We are set in an education system through the past centuries, which is very much focused on education, on the one person, like this setting here, the one person standing in front of a lot of people, educating. And this is somehow, for me, a pattern of the pre-digital age, of the time where we were very analog. We had to read. There were readings, there were lessons, there were lectures. We are in the digital age right now, and not only the last 3 years seeing generative AI coming up, no, it's about 30 years now with the first coming of the internet, and there's a demand for a new way. Because learning has changed. So what we do have to do now and in the future, we have to focus on learning. And we have to redesign our education system towards the learner. And this is what I'm going to talk about. How can we do that? And learning is also changing significantly with AI. So it was changing already with the introduction of those machines. And this is when we started the D-School, the School of Design Thinking, 17 years ago, that machine, that piece of glass here was not existing. If I ask today, who of you has not this kind of machine in the pocket, please raise your hand. Is there anybody? You're one. I want to talk to you later. How do you survive in that world? So there's one person, which is good. But this is a learning machine already. But now with AI, we have an incredible chance. Every one of us has the chance to design her or his own learning path. You can personalize it. You can check your assessment. You can design your own pace. And you can do this for your own. You can kind of design for every topic you are interested in, you can design your own learning experience. And that will change a lot. And that means that a lot of the learning individuals can do does not have to happen in a classroom anymore. And we have to change the classrooms. The traditional classrooms are very static. They are not allowing moving people. And it's a fixed seating, but we need more lab-like experience. What we see here is a very good mixture of the traditional setting, people are sitting in chairs, listening to a person, and in the same room, there's also that creative lab atmosphere, and this is what I would like to see in the future. This is, and thanks to the organizers here, a very good example of how a learning experience and how a learning space in the future could look like. And what we are doing, what my passion is since 17 years, is design thinking, is actually those three core elements. Thinking, learning about these three core things, which is moving away from the individual learning path, moving towards a team learning. And not only a team with all like-minded people, no, a team with different expertises. Diversity plays a high role. And variable space plays a role. What we're seeing here, yes, it took a lot of people nearly the whole night to rearrange everything here, but it looks great, it's there, and we can use it now. And then what we're using here in the Creathon later on is the creative, the iterative process, the design thinking process. And I'll come to that a little bit later. I think there is an incredible power in teamwork. And most of us in the traditional education systems, the young kids in school and also the students in university, we are not really used to that kind of creative power. Because most of the learning path we are running through is very individualized. So we get graded individually, we get measured against the people around us, and the team experience, yes, sometimes we have team experience, but it's not enough from my perspective. During the past 17 years, I've seen so many people kind of waking up and breaking up, and the minds of the people waking up in a team, in this kind of creation team, that it was, for me, fully convincing that we have to go in this direction. We have to foster collaboration. We have to make people aware that they can inspire each other. They can give hints. And they are not obliged to just be measured. No, they can help all the others, all the team members, to cooperatively and collaboratively innovate. The space, as you see here, plays an important role. A very important role. If we did a lot of training with professional companies. We trained, for example, Bosch, 400,000 people company for about 5 years. We were accompanying them on their transformation space, and they didn't think firsthand on the work environment, but it was very clear that this plays an important role in the 21st century to really rethink that, to integrate digital activities, think of combining and enhancing the physical environment with the virtual environment, creating an inspiring atmosphere for all people together, and especially build up something which supports collaboration, which supports teamwork. If you imagine, for those of you who have been here yesterday, they were all rows for seating. There's no way to collaborate. There was just a one-too-many situation. Now we have changed the whole space. You have changed the whole space, and now it's allowing collaboration. And then what we will practice here is the design thinking path, which is a non-linear path. We have to move away from that kind of linear thinking, which we used to practice in the analog world, and it was very helpful to predefine the outcome and to define maybe 10 milestones in between, and actually try to define them precisely. What we are seeing here with the nonlinear learning path is an iterative loop, is the way how to first to empathize, to get an idea of what is actually the problem, then precisely define the challenge we want to work on, start the ideation process in the team, so come up with tons of ideas, select the best one, do prototypes. We're actually prototyping physically and also virtually. There are computers on the desk, but there's also physical material. Then do tests, and then you find out, oh, we didn't really achieve it. We are maybe 60% at what we were trying to come up with, and now we have to do it again. We have to step back to maybe the definition phase or the ideation phase, come up with new ideas and prototypes and so on. And this is what we're practicing here today and tomorrow with the Creathon. And augmented and AI is now augmenting the whole process. So it's not only an additional thing, we can think of how to integrate AI in the whole process, in those steps I just described, but also we can think of inviting AI to be a creative partner for the whole team. So you have an additional partner. They not only have this kind of diversity with humans, but also with a machine. And that, if you practice that, and this is what we were doing in Potsdam in Germany since 17 years now, and we were doing this inspired by our friends at Stanford who came up with the idea of design thinking about 20 years ago and started experimenting with this kind of creativity and innovation labs. And what does that do? It actually empowers people with the skills for the future. And the skills for the future is not aggregation of knowledge. It does, because this every one of you can do on his or her own. That is, in the meantime, with the internet, with the accessibility of knowledge, way easier than it used to be 20 years ago. But adaptability, collaboration power, critical thinking, and creativity is something which really comes up if you are collaborating, if you are getting together with other people and start a kind of open-minded creation and innovation process. And I would like to introduce a term which I liked very much when I got the first time. It is about 8 years ago when a friend of mine was looking at what we were doing and he was saying, Uli, you know, what you're doing, what we used to do in the education system in the schools and universities was, we could call that the IQ model, the intelligence of the individual, and we measure that is the I qualities. But what you are doing with design thinking in the D school, I would call WeQ, the we qualities. We want to foster, we want to encourage people to think in a we context. And I was looking at him and says, Peter, where did you get that? And he was saying, oh, I just made it up. And I checked in the internet, there was no WeQ. There was IQ, a lot of IQs there, but no WeQ. And we immediately, I was so blown away, because that was the shortest version to describe what we were doing since lots of years. We were generating or helping people to develop WeQ, the we qualities. And so we started the WeQ Foundation. We got the URL immediately. And it is so amazing that our world is so driven by IQ, by the measurement of individuals. And actually, we don't have measurement tools for the WeQ yet. We started working on that through the past years, but it's not easy. And that brings me to the point that collaboration is the key thing. We should put a lot of effort in thinking about this kind of how to bring WeQ to the university, to the schools, to the education system. Yes, individual grades was a thing which was very good in the analog times. In the times we are living in right now, I would say, looking at schools and universities, individual grading is poisoning our kids. We should not longer do this. We should focus on making them collaborative masters and not competitive masters. And this is what we are trying to also do here with the hands-on workshop. I pointed on it already. I don't know if there are spots left, because I see a lot of tables are really covered, are really occupied now. But we will have this hands-on experience here in the collaborative environment, facilitated learning. So our team, where is the team of the HBI? Professor Nye over there, you see at every place here, over there, my colleagues from Hasso-Plattner Institute, they were coming specially to facilitate that workshop, and I'm really happy about that, that you gave us the opportunity to really practice together with you this kind of new approach. And it's a new classroom, because future skills, they need new classroom experiences. We need flexible spaces, and I saw actually the flexibility. I was here very early, and I saw the organizers' flexibility, really building the whole thing overnight. We need AI integration. There is a desktop computer at any desk here, so you can have access to AI during the workshop already, and we need to design collaboratively, and this is what we do. And let me come to the Global Design Thinking Alliance, because we are not only doing this alone at Stanford and at Potsdam University. No, there is, in the meantime, we started a global network with 39 members in 24 countries and 5 continents, and it's all about collaboration, research, combined research, and this is the map. If you look at it, and you see, if you look at the Arabic part, there is a spot missing, and this is a call to you, to all of you who are representing on universities, learning institutions. I would love to get in discussion with you after the talk here and after the conference to think about being a part of the Global Design Thinking Alliance. Summary of my key points: we have to refocus. We have to refocus our whole learning, the whole education system towards learner. This is easy said, but it's not easy done. It's a huge, intense process. Design thinking should be a part, should be actually the DNA of every school, of every university. This is not an easy part, but it is doable. And AI, we shouldn't be scared by AI too much. WeQ should be a great thing, and some practical steps to reform our education system: redesign the incentives, get rid of the individual grading, start doing project-based learning, integrate technology, and think of a cross-disciplinary curriculum. Thank you very much for your attention. I wish you a great day, a highly inspiring conference, and for those of you who are participating here in the workshop, I would love to see creative ideas tomorrow afternoon, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ulrich Weinberg, for a very inspiring presentation and how education fosters creativity and innovation, ya Osama.
Indeed, and now we invite Dr. Khalid ibn Muhammad al-Sharif, the Acting Secretary General of Mawhiba, to present an award of appreciation to Professor Weinberg for his invaluable contribution. Thank you indeed, Dr. Wilbert.
So, Osama, we've been inspired a lot by so many conversations from our keynote speakers and our moderators as well. Today's morning and also yesterday, it's extraordinary to find all these people who are interested in creativity, education, and talent fostering coming from all around the world here in Riyadh.
The energy, the spirit, unmatched actually, and we see a lot of inspired geniuses, inshallah, in the future. And the mission of this conference actually is essential, and we are proud to be part of this event.
Definitely. And just for us to get to know our audience today, just by showing your hands, how many people here are from Riyadh? Oh, okay. And outside of Riyadh? It's mostly even, I would say, right?
Yeah, welcome to Riyadh for those who just came from outside Riyadh, and we invite you to explore Riyadh and its amazing season.
Definitely. Now, the weather in Riyadh is getting so much nicer. All our outdoor activities are available, and you will be amazed. Yesterday, I was in Treif. Treif is a very important site to visit, ladies and gentlemen, in Dir'iyah, which is the origin of, or we call it the jewel of Saudi Arabia. So if you have not visited that place yet, I highly recommend that you do so.
And for those who came from all around the world, welcome to Saudi Arabia. Welcome to this conference. And as Taghreed said, we invite you to explore Riyadh and its season, and Treif. I might visit that as well. We are setting up the stage for our next panel discussion. What is the panel discussion, Taghreed?
Our first panel discussion for today is titled Unlocking Genius, which is going to dive into the critical role of K-12 education in identifying and enabling brilliance in every student.
In few seconds, the moderator will be Dua, and she's gonna moderate a session titled Strategies and Innovations Shaping the Future of Gifted Education. Thank you indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned for our next panel discussion.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please help me in giving a very warm welcome to Dua, our moderator for upcoming session.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our panel discussion on unlocking genius. Today, we will explore 4 key topics, starting with exploring holistic approaches on recognizing diverse talents and examining how we can identify giftedness beyond traditional metrics. We will also be touching on the role of technology in enhancing our identification methods and the development of personalized learning ecosystems. Lastly, we'll be discussing the power of collaborative networks in creating enriched opportunities for gifted students. To discuss these important topics, I am honored to be joined by distinguished experts who bring diverse perspectives from local, regional, and global contexts. Starting with Dr. Hassan bin Mohsen Khurmi, وكيل وزارة التعليم للتعليم العام وعضو مجلس إدارة موهبة. كما حصل على براءتي اختراع مكتب براءات الاختراع الأمريكي ويجسد مثال حي على رحلة الموهوبين في المملكة. ممكن تساعدوني نحيي دكتور حسن on stage. We also have Dr. Saad Bakri, computer engineering professor at King Saud University with over 40 years of experience in hands-on education. Please help me in welcoming Dr. Saad on stage. We also have Dr. Nazar Hassan, Chief of Natural Sciences at the UNESCO, who brings a wealth of experience in science education across the region and beyond. Please help me welcome Dr. Nazar on the stage. We also have Richard Gerver, an internationally renowned educator, author, and change leader known for his transformative work in education. Please help me in welcoming Richard. And finally, Marco Vasconi, partner at Kearney, who brings valuable experience from leading large-scale education transformation projects right here in the Kingdom. Please help me in welcoming Marco on the stage. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to our esteemed panelists for taking the time to join us today. Your willingness to share your expertise and insights on this crucial topic is deeply appreciated. And as such, I will be moving to my seat so we can kickstart our panel discussion. Dear panelists, thank you so much for joining us today, and I'm confident that our discussion is going to bring a lot of wealthy insights here for our conference this morning. I would like to start by setting the stage and asking all our dear panelists how you would define giftedness in today's rapidly evolving world, and what characteristics should we be looking for in gifted students. So, Dr. Hassan, بيسعدني إنه أسمع تعريفك عن الموهبة من باب خبرتك كوكيل وزارة التعليم. لو ممكن نبدأ بمرئياتك. Okay, sure thing. Sorry, technical difficulties. We're waiting for our microphones.
بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. في البداية, thank you, Dr. Dua, and let me also welcome our guests who come from different countries in this world.
البلدان مختلفة وأرغب أيضا في أن تكون مشاركتي باللغة العربية. For the topic of this session, the definition of giftedness, we have a definition, multiple definitions, the traditional one and a very specialized one, and the most common one, which is focused that the gifted students or high-performing students, different from the normal students, they are called gifted students. Such abilities might be diverse in diverse topics, scientific topics, or cultural ones, or sports and other disciplines. So at the Ministry of Education, we focused on the inclusive to create inclusive environment, not only the curricula, because giftedness and what is required in the light of such kind of diversity, and this is invite the Minister of Education to find different pathways for our students. Today, the most common one for the specialists and experts or educators, which is the scientific giftedness, but the ministry adopted this comprehensive approach. And as we have gifted the students in chemistry, physics, and math, we have gifted in sports, in Arabic language, in poetry, and in culture and arts, in drawing, and other disciplines. And this is what the education is known for in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the huge diversity in such areas. So I can say such the diversity can drive us to achieve our target to have a globally competitive students and global competitiveness. It's not only in scientific disciplines and areas. Thank you, Dr. Hassan.
Dr. Saad, given your experience as a professor at King Saud University, but also a consultant for Mohiba and its efforts.
Well, we as people, we are not one size fits all. we are different in many aspects. There are, of course, many definitions of what mawhiba is. It depends on the various features of the human being, of course. What we need for development, mainly the STEM subjects. The STEM subjects are related to various theories. For example, G.C. Bori, for example, says that the capability of the gifted is related to two things. Number one, acquiring knowledge, and number two, using knowledge to make decisions or to make conclusions or whatever. There are the other extreme, for example, Ken Robinson says everybody has a gift. In terms of his book, The Element, on this issue. Einstein say imagination is the basic feature. But in mawhiba and with relation to development, to the what we want for the future, the STEM subjects are very important. So I think mawhiba is taking this direction, but not to ignore, of course, the other things, because they are also of value.
Of course.
Artistic or whatever.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Saad. So, Dr. Nazar, we've heard from Dr. Hassan and Dr. Saad in terms of a KSA local context. I'm really curious to hear your perspective on how you would define giftedness, given your experience and background with the UNESCO.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salam, ala Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Thank you for this opportunity. And since I come from a different perspective, I would like to shed some light on global and regional perspective. We all know, that's not a secret, that the status quo of development in our neighborhood, in our region, is a little bit tardy, is a little bit slow. And honestly, some of the models that might work very well in the West might not work for us. We need to look at new and innovative ways of overcoming our difficulties. So for me, giftedness is not, or in a model that I would like to kind of explain a little bit, is not an end by itself. I see giftedness as a scarce and valuable resource that we have. Yes, we do want to nourish them further, but the best way to actually do that is linking education to those models of nurturing giftedness. How do you do that? Instead of separating the gifted groups out of the population, giving them special attention away and separate from the rest of the population, why can't we use them as young leaders within the class so that they can actually nourish further giftedness within the rest of their peers? And just to bring a close to my comment, I like very much, and thank you, Professor Weinberg, for the term that it's definitely the first time to hear, WeQ. WeQ is the solution for our neck of the wood, how to nourish giftedness and creativity in masses. We need to do that, or otherwise the train is going to pass by again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nazad. I think that's a very interesting perspective. And I'm really curious to know your thoughts, Richard, given your firsthand experience being an educator within these classrooms, especially on the point of merging gifted students with regular students within the same classroom in and of itself.
The first thing I would say is that, for me, the definition of future giftedness is defined around attitude and behaviors. So, as I'm sat here today, it's an incredible honor to be back in Saudi. And I was saying earlier that it's been 11 years since I was last here, which is far too long, but it's amazing to be back. When I was last here, I was working with Steve Wozniak, who many of you will know was the co-founder of Apple. And I was talking to him about how they built Apple on a human level. And one of the things he said to me, I will never forget. He said, Richard, when we were starting to recruit and building Apple into a business, he said, we had a mantra. We had one phrase that was critical to what we were doing. And that was that at Apple, we will never employ anyone who needs managing. Now, we could spend all day just unpicking that. They were never going to employ people who needed managing. So for me, there is something really important about attitude when it comes to how do we generate young people that can think for themselves, that can collaborate, just as the keynote speech was talking about before, which leads me to a second thought. And forgive me, it's been inspired by listening to the panel, because I think STEM is incredibly important, but again, it's not about knowledge, it's about attitude. We can all acquire the knowledge we need for STEM. How we apply that knowledge is very different. And a second meeting I had just a few years ago was with another remarkable man, Dr. Barry Barish. Barry Barish was the 2017 Nobel Prize winner for physics. And I asked him how he went about recruiting a team of research scientists that went on to win a Nobel Prize. He said, Richard, it wasn't about their qualifications. When we were looking for researchers, we had over 3,500 serious applicants, all of whom had at least 2 doctorates to their name. He said, I needed to narrow the field down to just over 100. He said there were 2 qualities we were looking for. Firstly, people had to have the courage to challenge the beauty of the proof. In other words, it's not enough to sit and receive information. How do we develop in young people the courage to challenge the beauty of the proof? And the second one, which is my final point, which I think is the ultimate attitude for the future, is anyone who worked on my team had to have the ability to ask stupid questions.
Brilliant, and I genuinely encourage everyone, yes, please, round of applause for Richard. I genuinely think the point on asking stupid questions is a very insightful one, at least for me personally at work. And speaking of work, I'd love to move on to Marco and hear your experience and your definition of what giftedness within the context of your work with Kearney, but also your experience across other domains as well. Can we get Marco a running mic?
First of all, thank you for having me. It's a great honor to be here with all of you esteemed guests and share the podium with the panel. I connect with a lot of the things that were said to this question, and especially I'd like to bring in also the perspective of the connection between the education system and the labor market. So something that Richard was already touching upon before. When we think about giftedness in the labor space or in the workplace, I agree it's a lot about attitude and it's about behavior as well. There are some, let's say, more tangible traits as well that we can see, the ability to do complex thinking, system thinking, interdisciplinary thinking that is more advanced with gifted individuals compared to other individuals. We see also what I think is very crucial to getting the value out of gifted individuals is their adaptability and the ability to learn fast. The reason for that is that they're, generally speaking, very curious, and they get very focused and very engaged on a topic. And that leads to better adaptability, but also leads to higher productivity. And that's where you get a lot of value out of gifted individuals in the workplace. Of course, Richard made the example of Apple, which was basically the playground for anybody who was gifted or had an inclination towards asking tough questions and challenging the status quo, etc. However, most of the work environments are not like that. They're much more structured, hierarchical, rigid, and so on. And I think that's where maybe the challenge is, and when you define giftedness in the workplace, you have to understand it. And I think that's where the challenge is for employers. Understand the giftedness, understand what that means, understand what it looks like, understand what it takes to understand their challenges, so integration in the workplace, keeping the gifted individuals at the workplace challenged and stimulated and always on the edge to keep them engaged, otherwise they get bored very quickly. And I think that's the challenge mainly for the workplace and for the employers, how to shape the organization, how to shape the culture around openness and inclusivity to gifted individuals to get the benefit out of them.
Absolutely, and I thank you so much, Marco, for your inputs, and dear panelists for all your valuable insights. I think we've talked quite a bit at length at what giftedness is, which takes me to my next question, which is how can we create comprehensive identification systems for gifted students that balance traditional methods, such as Dr. Hassan and Dr. Saad have mentioned, but also with emerging technologies while ensuring inclusivity and accessibility for those from all walks of life. So, Dr. Saad, I'd love to hear your inputs as a professor who is physically in the higher education classrooms, and what your perspective is on which technology can aid us in better identification while ensuring inclusivity in the same time.
Well, the most important emerging technology, of course, is artificial intelligence. Now, artificial intelligence is introducing a new intelligence to the world. It did not exist before. It has three main characteristics. Number one, volume of information. Number two, speed. And number three is the challenge providing to us. The challenge, we can answer the question, is it going to assist us or is it going to threat us? There are many opinions in this way. As people, we are distinguished from AI, if we call us HI, human intelligence. We are conscious, we have imagination, which the AI doesn't have this. So with those two things, we can work together with the AI. The AI can, for example, help us discover the gifted students through monitoring them, monitoring their behavior, monitoring and making conclusions about their abilities, to acquire knowledge, to think, to make conclusions, to imagine, to make some decisions about that. In the meantime, AI can, on the other hand, not after be an assistant to us. Assistant in bringing information quickly, in bringing some basic cognitive activities, results of basic cognitive activities quickly. In the meantime, this will perhaps encourage us to think better and to think in the other side that the AI did not think about it. I believe that AI, in my view actually, AI is never going to be conscious. Is never to be like imagination, although it may show something by some sort of the knowledge acquired by the volume of knowledge also, but it's, we still have the imagination, we still have the consciousness. We have to use AI in order to promote our output of of our cognitive activities, which I feel are superior to the cognitive activities of the AI. But the other one, of course, volume-wise and speed-wise, is ahead of us.
Thank you so much, Dr. Saad. Richard, I'm interested to hear your perspective on what Dr. Saad just shared on utilizing behavior analytics to identify giftedness, and what your thoughts on are as a topic.
I look back to my time as a school principal and as a teacher, which in many ways was less complicated because it was before artificial intelligence. But when I look back to those times, and you talked very importantly, I think, about identifying gift and talent. And I look back to those times, and I still think the human is true, as Dr. Saad was saying. And it goes back to what I was saying about attitude. Very quickly, just going back to Steve Wozniak, it always strikes me that he was in somebody's classroom once as a child. It's just worth remembering that. And I asked him about his own school experience, and he said he hated it. He was bored at school, spent all day staring out of a window. Now, I think in our classrooms around the world, there are thousands of extraordinarily talented young people. One of the great challenges we face is how do we find them? Because sometimes they slip through the net. And one example I want to share with the audience goes back to my time as a school principal. So to cut a very long story short, one of the things we had in our elementary school was a council, a senior group of students who would, if you like, look after the welfare of the students in the school. So every year we would have an election for the person who would be the mayor of our council. And every year we used to have the really confident ones step forward and go, I'm going to do it. And most of them were boys. And they would promise things to the other students in their speeches like, we'll scrap lessons and we'll give everybody as many sweets as they want. And one day, one of the teachers came to see me and she said, you know, we ought to encourage Beth, who was a girl in one of the top classes, to stand to be the mayor. The problem with Beth is she was what I would call an invisible child. She was one of those children in our schools, boys and girls, we see them the same, who come into our lessons every day, they get their heads down, they do what's asked of them, and they go home at night, and nobody really needs to interact with them. They just do what they need to do. And Beth was one of those children. She said, you know, Beth is extraordinary. Outside of school, Beth is involved in environmental campaigning. She's passionate about social equity. This was a child who was 10 years old. Now today, Beth would be an invisible child, but she would be using technology in her own time to do those things. But as educators, we might never know. So we convinced Beth to stand for election. She stood, she became the mayor, she won 98% of the vote from the population. Now, I've tracked Beth's career since because this invisible child went on to become the first youth member of the European Parliament for our region. She went on to study politics, philosophy and economics at the London School for Economics, and now she's working in Westminster in the UK Parliament. Now, our school was in one of the poorest, toughest communities in the United Kingdom. And for me, if we're serious, we have to create models of identification that find the invisible children.
Absolutely, and I think a lot of us have been in the presence of Beth or someone who's like Beth, who was unfortunately sidelined because they weren't necessarily the loudest person in the room. Which takes me to Dr. Nizar. I'd love to hear your perspective on how to identify giftedness from the UNESCO and from your previous experiences and work as well.
Okay, I'm actually enjoying other people speaking and listening to them. You know, following up my first comment and focusing on where do we want to go, and of course everybody is talking about economic development, giftedness is not only limited, as Richard said, within STEM, with basic sciences. Giftedness is huge, but hidden within technical, vocational, and educational training And those students, unfortunately, are looked at a lower grade students than the ones that go to college. And behold, in Germany, TVET students can only become students in those technical colleges if they get the highest marks. So their grades to go to college are higher than the classic engineering and medicine. So what I'm referring to here is, to build the technical force that we need for economic development. One way to look at giftedness and those people who can look at complex problem solving, creativity, are those who are within the TVET sector. And if we do so, we will largely increase the level and rate of giftedness within our society.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your inputs, Dr. Nazar. And I think you touched on a very interesting point on the focus on vocational skills and how important they are for the labor market. Marco, I'd love to hear your insights on that, but also on how you would approach the identification of giftedness in your own sphere as well.
Thank you. First of all, I agree with Richard that there's a lot of potential out there, and most of that potential is not recognized and is not surfacing. And I think in Saudi Arabia, Mohib has done a fantastic job in creating a standardized assessment for identification that's been rolled out across the country. So this talent is identified, and that's fantastic. Then the next challenge is how to nurture talent, and we'll get to that, I think, later on in the panel. But to the question around the emerging technologies, if you look at the traditional identification methods, they're mostly based on a snapshot in time, standardized tests, or short observations. That's essentially identification methods until now. With technology, we're able to create much more immersive and pervasive environments where the observation is much longer and it creates a lot more data. So with these technologies, we're able to have a much more reliable and accurate point of reference for identifying giftedness in students. I think there's a huge potential in that, and maybe the challenge for that is that we need to create the premise for that to happen. We need to integrate these identification technologies, emerging technologies for identification into the ecosystem. They need to be easy to use, they need to be cost effective, and the personnel, the educators that are using these technologies, to be well equipped. So there has to be a lot of engagement from the public school, the private school system, the technology, the private sector, the community, the parents as well. So it's a complex undertaking. The potential is there, but it requires a lot of integrated effort.
100%, which really takes me to Dr. Hassan. ايش وجهة نظرك على the integration of technology وال خلينا نقول الوصل التقليدية لاكتشاف الموهوبين؟
يمكن أصعب مرحلة أو مرحلتين في رحلة الموهوبين هي موضوع اللي هو الاستكشاف والرعاية، وهذه يمكن مشكلة ليست فقط يعني على مستوى يعني المملكة، وإنما حتى يمكن على مستوى العالم. موضوع طبعا اليوم الاستكشاف وخصوصا في مدارس التعليم العام يمكن تكون أعقد وأكثر صعوبة من المستويات العالية يعني التعليمية زي التعليم العالي وغيرها، ولكن يمكن في التعليم العام نبدأ إحنا من الطرق التقليدية، يعني خليني أقولها ببساطة الأوبزرفيشن، الملاحظة. وبعد ذلك طبعا في مقاييس أخرى واختبارات يعني ممكن معمول بها داخل المملكة. يمكن أهم اختبار اليوم موجود عندنا هو اختبار القدرات العقلية، اللي اليوم يساعد الطلاب فعليا في تحديد قدراتهم واختلافاتهم طبعا من الناحية العلمية، وهذا يمكن واحدة من أهم المقاييس اللي نعتمد عليها داخل الوزارة بالتعاون طبعا مع شركاء رئيسيين سواء كان في هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب أو الزملاء طبعا في مؤسسة موهبة. أيضا لدينا اليوم توظيف للتكنولوجي. أكيد. يعني على سبيل المثال اليوم استخدام مقياس جديد طبعا تم تطويره بالتعاون مع زملائنا في هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب، وهو مقياس اسمه مقياس ألف ياء للذكاء. وهذا المقياس اليوم يستطيع سواء ولي الأمر أو الطالب اللي هو بالاعتماد طبعا الذاتي على انه يدخل ويعرف والله وش هي اليوم القدرات. تم تجربته طبعا الان كبايلوت، وبعد ذلك طبعا سيتم استخدامه على مستويات جدا متعدده ومختلفه. الاي اي يعني من خلال اطلاعي ورحلاتي الكثيره اللي نحاول ان احنا نجد انه وين تجربه الاي اي الناجحه.
Successful AI experience. So I can say we don't have a fully fledged AI successful experience, but AI is one of the enabling tools for identifying gifted students, but the differentiated talents. We have different backgrounds and so. And today to the identification through the school activities, sports, arts, and we start the filtering process, because at the end of the day we don't serve a small company, but we serve more than 6.5 million students. So for the equity, we should do the identification and take them to the journey of nurturing. أعتقد أن هذه تعتبر شهادة حقيقية على جهود المملكة لتمكين الطلاب الموهوبين. أعتقد أنه واضح هناك دور التقنية في دعم الطلاب، وهذا الأمر يطرح السؤال عن الأنظمة الداعمة بالنسبة للتقنية.
So I'd love to ask our panelists here, what innovative approaches and support systems should be in place to nurture gifted student potential, particularly focusing on personalized learning and unconventional thinking? Richard, I'd love to start with you, given your first-hand experience as a teacher entering these classrooms, and what approaches you found successful throughout your tenure.
I think what's really important is not to shackle young people with talent to believe that they can't express that talent and ability until they've left education. Too often, I think our children feel frustrated. The really gifted and talented young people in our schools feel frustrated by the constraints of, but I want to get on with something bigger. I want to be creating. And of course, in the world we live in now, those young people are going home and creating, whether it's using technology or otherwise. You know, quickly to re-reference Steve Wozniak, he was bored at school, did nothing, went home, and he was creating magic in his garage. And actually, how do we harness that ability in more of our young people? A few years ago, I was working in the Netherlands, in Haarlem. And one of the things that I noticed was they have a Ministry of Water in the Netherlands, which for a lot of European countries, a Ministry of Water is not that consequential. I know it is in a region like this, and in a country like the Netherlands, it's very consequential, because if they don't manage their water properly, the Netherlands ends up underground. Now, the Ministry of Water has a team of people who all year long are working on engineering challenges and all the challenges that come with that. But they know they have a constraint, because those people are working together all day, every day. The thing that I found extraordinary was every year they invite a group of children, young people, to apply to spend the summer at the Ministry of Water from all over the world. Young people with interests in all kinds of fields. They're under 20 years of age. And the successful candidates, I think 12 of them every year, go and spend the summer at the Ministry of Water in the Netherlands. And at the start of their summer, they get presented with 2 or 3 of the challenges that the Ministry of Water are dealing with. And during the summer, they get facilitated workshops, opportunities, working with experts. And at the end of their summer, they pitch back the solutions they have for the problems the Ministry of Water have been trying to deal with and not found a solution for. Now, I can't remember the exact percentage, but it's somewhere around 30 to 40% of the pitched ideas from young people end up being executed by the Ministry of Water. And you think about the experience those young people have had, but also the power of how industry have used young minds, young creative minds, to solve what they thought were intractable problems. So I think what we need to do is give young people exposure to real-world challenges now, once they've been identified, not wait for them to have to acquire more qualifications and certificates before they're allowed to help solve the world's problems.
Absolutely, and I think you bring an excellent point here on the importance of public partnerships and ecosystem collaboration for the enablement of gifted students, which takes me to Dr. Hassan. إذا ممكن تعطينا مرئياتك بخصوص أنظمة وقنوات الدعم المخصصة للموهوبين، وممكن أمثلة على المشاكل والثغرات اللي المستفيدين ممكن يواجهونها.
يمكن في موضوع طبعا الخدمات اليوم المقدمة، واحدة من التحديات اللي موجودة اليوم وبكل شفافية صراحة، يعني معظم اليوم الرعاية اللي موجودة أو الخدمات اللي تقدم ليست فقط من المؤسسات الحكومية وإنما حتى من المؤسسات الغير ربحية وغيرها، هي تركز على الحزام الأوسط، الشرقية، الرياض، مكة المكرمة. أنا أشوف الدكتور خالد يبتسم. واليوم التحدي اليوم الكبير اللي موجود هو إنه كيف المؤسسات هذه فعلياً تنتقل لخدمة جميع الطلاب في كل مكان. اليوم عدد الطلاب اللي نستطيع ان احنا نقول انهم موهوبين
that the gifted, we have a huge pool of gifted, but do they receive the sufficient support? These are the steps taken by the Ministry of Education by restructuring, and we have deputyship for the development of the students' skills, and this can help us to develop policies and regulations to make support accessible, and they موهبة or gift launch their strategy, and we have engaged in new partners, not only موهبة the key partner, but we have new partners from the Ministry of Culture, Sports, even from the non-profit organizations that can better serve the remote areas. If we take the mountain areas or the remote areas, in addition to this, the enablement of school principals with the matrix of powers through the community engagement and participation, they can foster a partnership which identify and support talented students. The most beautiful thing, the number of the participation at the national level and international level, and this is a good evidence that the support is on the right track. Our students right now participate in more than 38 countries around the world in competitions, and they are awarded they are awarded prizes, and we have activities and programs and the tournaments for the at the level of the sports, football. We can say remarkable names coming from different parts of the kingdom. So restructuring that we have at the level of the Ministry of Education, and we have established deputyship and empowerment of schools to be able, through the partnership, to accommodate the biggest number of students, and our partners, the multiple partners who render the support required for our students, and we anticipate that the number of students who can be under the support to be more than 600 students. دكتور سعد، أريد أن أعرف وجهة نظركم بالنسبة للتعليم العالي، وما هي الإنجازات التي رأيت. وشكرا أن رحلة الموهوبين من
general education to higher education is of course clear. موهبة encourages the gifted to go and study in best universities in the world and so on. But what about the rest of the journey? What about the rest of the journey? Do we have national plans for the gifted? We have plans at the education level. We have at the higher education, of course, rewarding the best students, maybe in best universities or within our universities as well. But what about the rest of the life? The gifted going into the general education, going into good universities, having high grades, he is able to give. He is able to. When we go to the employment, in many cases, I won't say in every cases, in many cases, the employee is more or less like a number. He's an engineer, he is a teacher, he is whatever it is. So we need to have some sort of national plan for the gifted. This national plan will take the gifted abilities and special work to go into a long journey so that they can provide better contribution to the development of the society.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Dr. Saad. Dr. Nazar, I'm really curious to hear your perspective on what the panelists have shared here today, but maybe you could shed some light on the informal education angle and your work that you've been doing with the UNESCO.
Actually, yeah, I just need to remind people that I'm always looking at things from a regional perspective, where our, educational system has been there for quite some time with no revamping, no updating, and similarly is the curricula. Not in all countries, but in some countries it is the case, and hence, in line with what Richard said, it's informal education that can actually bring you those opportunities for our students. For example, you can set up all those online platforms where contemporary issues can be looked at and resolved. I'm talking here about things like, climate change, water issues, and so forth. And the interesting part of informal education is you can bring different groups together, different stakeholders together with the students. You can, mix and match general education with higher education. You can bring the university staff to work with the students as mentors and give them guidance, and that takes them further to a competitive environment of science and engineering fairs, where they can actually get taught how to actually do research at the early stage, how to think about problem solving, and so forth. And this is really important to do till we get to the place where we can actually revamp our education system. Our education system in general, but please don't quote me, is failing us, and we need to set it up. Thank you.
Sure thing. Thank you so much, Dr. Nazar. Marco, I'm interested to hear your perspective on maybe the best practices of integrating informal education and problem solving within extracurricular activities.
Yeah, thanks. So I agree with a lot of what the other panelists have said, and you started the conversation about personalized learning, and I think personalized learning does not mean individualized learning, and it sometimes gets confused because we're talking about personalized, so a person. Very often it can be done in groups, and I think that's where the element of common interests or common skill levels come into play, but also, as we mentioned before, you could have different interests and different skill levels and still work together in an interdisciplinary environment where different interests meld together and there are different elements that need to come together. And I think that's related to project-based learning and real-world challenge-based learning. That's where you bring in all the different interests and even skill levels, and you can have that learning experience that is much more engaging, much more pervasive, much more interesting and stimulating for students. And this doesn't have to be only in informal learning. It can be in also formal education. And there are many examples, and this is nothing new, that have adopted project-based learning, real-world challenge-based learning at scale, right? And schools and so on. But this is not yet pervaded the entire ecosystem. So when you walk into a public school or a lot of the private schools as well, you're still faced with the traditional teaching method and learning method. And still there's a lot of shyness away from project-based learning and challenge-based learning. And I think that what needs to happen there is two things. One is a system change, and the second one is a culture change. The system change, if we go back to the saying, what gets measured gets done, if teachers and educators are still measured for curriculum coverage, we're never going to go to non-traditional or innovative learning methods. So we have to free ourselves from some of these paradigms and open up for the ability to integrate different learning methods and focus on the learning rather than on covering material. And the second one is culture change. There has to be openness to different learning methods that are, potentially scary at first. And we've talked to many parents as well. They are scared of sending their kids to schools that have different teaching methods. So that needs to change. And I think society and government and private sector can do a lot to pervade the ecosystem and also communicate the value of these different learning methods.
Thank you so much, Marco. And thank you, panelists, for your valuable inputs. I think we've discussed at length how we can approach recognizing diverse forms of giftedness, the support systems that are in place, as well as our need to look into the future and see what potential we can unlock moving forward. Unfortunately, we are running out of time, so I'd like to close with Dr. Hassan. I would be really curious إذا ممكن تشاركنا بنظرتك لمستقبل تطوير التعليم في المملكة، لأنه صراحة يشرفنا أن نختتم فيك. I'd love to hear your inputs on that.
طبعا يمكن أهم ركيزة اليوم لدينا في التعليم وأنا عجبتني صراحة أمس.
And I was so amazed yesterday, which is the most important key is the family support. The family support. So the key pillar, the culture of to support the talented students by family. This will enhance the identification and nurturing of students. Now we have a national target to have 30% of students or more for getting support. The identification will increase with the tools that we apply. The key, one of the most effective tool, which is NAFIS, the National Assessment and National Testing System. And today as well, we have the nurturing program are growing at the level of the ministry, which is munafis for the scholarship, and this was only tailored for the general education, but this is for gifted and talented. For those who applied, met the conditions, 200 students, and this is a huge brackets from the talented and the gifted students. So the support right now from the custodian of the two holy mosques and the Crown Prince for education, God willing, will forge us and for a brighter future, and will be a real and genuine enabler. Thank you Dr. حسن، وشكرا للسادة المتحدثين. ننهي هذه الجلسة. شكرا على الحضور والمشاركة.
Help me in thanking our panelists with a round of applause for their time to this morning.
Thank you indeed to our panelists and moderator for an insightful discussion on gifted education and the path forward.
And to honor their impactful insights, we invite Dr. Khalid bin Mohammed al-Sharif to present awards of appreciation to our panelists and our moderator.
And next, we transition to the second panel, Fostering Giftedness and Creativity Through the Design Thinking Model.
And this very interesting session is going to be moderated by Ms. Maria Paula Oliveira. Please join me in welcoming our moderator and the panelists.
All right, I'm going to stay here. They need to fix the light and send the light over me. Where do we get the light on? I'm not staying. There you go. There you go. Good morning. How are you? How's everybody? Such an inspiring morning. Thank you so much for being here. So welcome, everybody. Design thinking is a powerful mindset. Much more than a method is a perspective. It's looking at challenges and looking at the world from the perspective of a designer. And what does the designer do? The designer starts with understanding the context, starts with empathizing for all the parties involved in an issue or a challenge. Then they craft and they test ideas. They pivot and they pilot these ideas, and they do that, like Professor Ursh said, in an iterative way. So approaching challenges from a designer's perspective can foster creativity and can enable individuals to unlock, to unleash their gifts and their potential in their private lives, in their family lives, in communities, at the workspace. So today, this is what we're going to be discussing. How can we look at the challenges that we have in the several spheres of our lives from a designer's perspective? And to do that, I have an amazing panel coming. So my name is Maria Paula Oliveira. Everybody calls me MP, so everybody's going to be calling me MP today. And I'm a business strategist, I am an innovation specialist, and I'm also the co-founder of and the chairwoman of AI Salon in the Dubai chapter, which is a community of AI practitioners, investors, inventors, builders, and researchers. And to join me on stage today, I have such an amazing set of individuals. As an innovator at heart, I was starstruck when I saw the names of the panelists that are here with me today. And I want to thank Mohiba for this opportunity and for the pleasure to be here with you guys today. So allow me to briefly introduce you, my panelists, before we dive into the discussion. So we're going to have here with me Benny Banerjee, who is the founder and CEO of the Global Change Labs and a faculty at Stanford Doerr School of Sustainability. Benny specializes in leveraging design thinking and systems innovation to address complex global challenges, even extra Earth, right, Benny? Extra countries, extra planets. With a background in engineering and innovation, Benny's work focuses on creating transformative change in sustainability and innovation ecosystems. Also joining us, we're going to have Kerem Alper. Kerem is the co-founder and CEO of Neo, an AI-driven platform connecting organizations to the top talent all over the world. He's also the co-founder and chair of Atelier, a global design and innovation platform. With expertise in design thinking and technology, Kerem's work centers on creating platforms and solutions for collaborative problem solving in the modern workforce. Also with us, we're going to have William Haas Evans. William is the Chief Strategy Officer at Fugue, a consulting company, where he specialized in designing systems and strategies for fostering creativity and innovation. Will advises leading firms in fintech, pharma, and other industries on organizational transformation and future casting. Also with us, it's going to be Professor Uli, who was the opening keynote for this beautiful event. Professor Uli is the founding director of the School of Design, the Global School of Design Thinking, and the Hasso-Plattner Institute in Germany, and president of the Global Design Thinking Alliance. He is a pioneer in interdisciplinary education, and he promotes collaborative problem solving by merging technology, business, and design. Please welcome my beautiful panel. All right, so we're going to dive straight into this conversation. So the conversation here is about design thinking, but as we discussed before, design thinking is not only a method, but it's a way of thinking. It's a way of looking at the world's perspectives. So I wanted to open with this broad question, which is, how do you see that the way of thinking of the designer can direct and elevate creativity, allowing individuals to realize their creative gifts? Benny, I wanted to start with you, and then I wanted to hear all your opinions, please. Thank you.
First of all, I'm so grateful to be invited to be here. It's an honor. So we've been talking about design thinking, and even among the community of design thinkers, there's a lot of different opinions about what that is. And so I would make a distinction between two very important aspects of it. One of them is the methodological aspect, which has been, codified in the 6 steps that MP mentioned. But the other part of it, I'll just refer to it more as the design mind or the design approach. And that is essentially the attitude, the mindsets, and including some of the philosophical stance which you come to any situation. And it's also a habit of mind. And so before I launch into a few important distinctions, I would say that it's worth defining or at least articulating what design is. And in my mind, it is a very, very unique combination of purpose, creativity, skills, sensibilities, and some structure of organizing all this in order to create meaningful propositions and even transformations that include shifting the trajectory into the future. So if we look at it with this frame, then the design approach is looking at any situation and not seeing it as a given, but asking the questions that conventions and norms have obscured. So you're essentially unpacking what lies under the surface in order to say, not just accepting the norms, but saying what could be different, what could be better, let's open the space up. And it's that, not the courage and the relentless quest for what might be different is what gives directionality to creativity. And so it's that ability to wake that creativity up that might be latent in an individual and an organization or an institution, but directionalize it. And there are many aspects, there are many stylistic aspects, including the fact that you do not articulate or frame the problem and then solve it, but you essentially go back and forth between the problem domain and the solution domain in a highly explorative way, where the early forays into the solution is actually a way of interrogating what the problem is in the first place, and the understanding of the problem and the understanding of the solution is marching lockstep. And many other things, such as a willingness to understand that failure is nothing negative. Like I come from a culture where if you fail, you get pegged as someone who has failed. But in design, you say that there is no path to success without going through failure, and failure is a mode of learning, so you don't even call it a failure. It's an experiment. So many other things such as that, including being very generative, very integrated, very co-creative, doing top-down and bottom-up in integrative ways. But ultimately, it's a way of arriving at a situation and looking at it in a way such that there must lie a better way across what I'm seeing. And I'll pause there and let my colleagues here articulate.
Thank you so much, Benny. I love this idea of the designer perspective, seeing possibilities, right? You see challenges, but you also see possibilities, and you learn with what didn't work. So what didn't work is as valuable what has worked. Kara, we'd love to hear your perspectives on the way of thinking of a designer.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor and pleasure to be here. For me, it boils down to one keyword that I learned over the last years, in many instances in a hard way, which is humility. As thinkers, as problem solvers, as designers, as innovators, whatever you call yourselves, doesn't matter. We are constantly thrown challenges at us. And I think one can embody two ways of going after these challenges. One is, I have a good sense of the answer already. I know what is going on. I can do maybe a little more analysis and understand it a bit more, but for the most part, I got this. Why? Because I have my background in this. I've had my experience in this. I have the right structures around me. Maybe I have the right funding. So I know what is going on, and as a result, I can dive in and solve it. The other is approaching with humility, where all the stakeholders involved, you bring in your curiosity. With humility comes curiosity, right? You don't put yourself above or below anybody else. You're at the same level, trying to learn what are the different things integral to this challenge that you're trying to solve. Which opens up a whole new set of possibilities that you didn't have before. I think humility, maybe just adding to how Benny framed it, when it comes to running experiments around a challenge, if you're worried about failure, putting you in a difficult situation where you may not be able to endorse, that pressure, that situation might prevent you from going into a challenge with that beginner's mindset, with that humility. And I see that as the biggest shift, especially as we graduate from good schools, as we get into good jobs, as we are constantly empowered by the society around us telling us we can do more, we can do bolder, we can get further. I think losing that humility is the biggest threat in the journey of a designer and a creative problem solver. So I'll stop.
I was thinking of what Richard said before about stop grading students individually, and when you are putting students to compete to one another for grades, probably you create that loss of that humility because it becomes like that ego inflating thing instead of having this beginner, this exploratory mind of curiosity driven, not ego driven. William, your perspectives in design thinking and how we apply to unleash creativity, please.
Certainly. And first, I wanted to thank everybody here. I wanted to warmly thank everybody for the invitation to come here. I'm so honored to be among so many great, amazing speakers. So reflecting on what you had just talked about, I think one of the critical things, and I came up as a maker, as a creator, as a designer, I think an interesting thing, and I was reflecting upon this last night. When I was about 12 years old, I went to my very first computer expo in Massachusetts. And I remember having about 14 or 15 US dollars in my pocket, and I bought my very first computer science book. And looking back, I think about the hubris of it, because the title of the book was Artificial Intelligence Programming for the Commodore 64. So if anybody knows the Commodore 64 coming out in the early 80s, to think that you could do that is really fascinating. So I think one of the things is humble inquiry, or humility, is certainly a critical aspect of design and being a designer. And part of what contributes to that, I think, at least, and I've been working on this over the last 20 years, is how do you engage with the world? And I think designers engage with their world in a very different way than other folks. And we do it by making things. We do it by engaging and making things and testing our hypotheses, and curiosity drives us forward. And I think active listening, being capable of seeing the context, interrogating what is the situation, actively listening to what are the stories that people are telling so that we can understand what are the constraints that may exist within our culture or within our organization or within our learning environment that may be creating a situation that prevents flourishing, curiosity, learning, experimentation. And I think a critical thing that Bani brought up was failure. And when do we teach failure in a constructive kind of guided way? So I've had a couple of failures in my past, one of which was when I was right out of college. I got involved with a startup, and it was a DARPA Defense Advanced Research project out of MIT when I was there. And we had a massive amount of funding, maybe $175 million. And over the course of 2 years, we had some of the brightest engineering minds at MIT out of the Laboratory for Computer Science. And we designed and built an entire platform and a language to display advanced 3D financial graphics inside of a browser. What we found out after launching, after 2 years, is that nobody cared. Now, we happened to launch around 1999, 2000, right before the dot-com crash, and to a large extent, we were providing a solution into an environment that wasn't ready for it. But the critical thing about that failure, and the business, we went out of business, and we all had to get jobs elsewhere, is learning that we needed to validate a number of our assumptions, and we went in there thinking that we had the perfect solution to a problem that nobody had really explored, and said, yeah, that problem is worth solving, and other people believe and are willing to pay for us to solve that problem. And that comes back to the humility. That is, how can we learn sooner? How can we get smarter sooner and iterate through to kind of find what is the best possible solution? And we're not going to know it up front. So I think that's at least my perspective on understanding how design thinking can at least guide our way towards better outcomes.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, William. This whole idea of how we engage with the world reminded me really of what you said in the beginning about the we queue. So how do we go about it together, not alone, and then with humility, and how the design perspective allows and invites that creativity to happen rather than only the individual creativity. Can you tell us more of what you think on the perspective of the designer in this world?
Yeah, thanks again for getting me the chance to be here. You're pointing on the WeQ. That reminds me to our cooperation with Bosch. I shortly mentioned that already in the morning, and that was for me a very, on one hand, very challenging, and on the other hand, very rewarding experience, because Bosch, with their 400,000 people all around the world, they're a not stock-listed company. They are still privately owned, which means the management, we were dealing with 10 people leading the whole thing. They could set up a long-term vision, and what their intention was, they were looking at digital transformation. They were seeing at their company as a very traditional mechanical engineering-driven company, and they needed to introduce new technologies, digital technologies. And what they were looking at, and it was a great statement of the CEO at that time. It was about 10 years ago, and he was stating, digital transformation is firsthand a cultural transformation of the organization, and second, introducing of new technologies. And most of the other CEOs I met so far, they were dealing it the other way around. Let's get new technology, let's get big computers and introduce those things. And they were saying, no, we have to have a long-term strategy. And what they did is they adapted actually to that term WeQ. They were asking us, can we use that term, because that is what they wanted to foster, collaboration between in their organization. They wanted to make the whole company more competitive, but not the individuals within the company. But they looked at their incentive models, And they were seeing, oh, we have individual incentives, we have team-based incentives, and we have company-based incentives. And they redesigned it that they were saying, oh, this kind of individual incentives is not really good. It is fostering competition in the company, and we don't want to have that anymore. So they got rid of it. 2015, I think, they completely stopped that. And that was a cultural step. Didn't cost any money. There's no technology involved, but it was a switch in the head of the people, and that had a lot to do with the cooperation we were seeing at that time, helping them to do this transformation in the direction, and it's still there. So they're not moving back. They were still convinced that this is the correct thing. It was irritating to a lot of people around the planet that they did that, but they did it, and they did other things like participatory approaches, get people who were there for 20 years in the company, get them involved in redesigning their own workplace, which is usually the task of the external designer. So they hired people, consultancies from outside. No, they were saying, you know best where and how to work in the future, so let's do that. And that has something to do with the design thinking process. For me, design thinking is mostly is a cultural thing. It's the cultural dimension of digital transformation we are in right now.
Yeah, I love this perspective. Digital transformation is a cultural transformation. Thank you, thank you. So we have 6 minutes, and I want to do a fire round here to see if we can get a few more insight out of you. Benny, on the Global Change Labs, you propose to make change that really transforms. So it's not only change for the sake of change, it's really provoking this deeper transformation. So in this complex world marked by this rapid change and uncertainty, how do we use design to question the norms and to open doors to more systemic transformation? And 1 minute.
Okay. Where's my mic? Thank you for that question. I think I was a part of the small community that came up with design thinking, but it came out from the world of product design. And when I came to Stanford, I was looking at how do you bring innovation to very large, complex transformations marked by these attributes that you mentioned, which is an entirely different class of challenge. So I look at it as a process which is called systems acupuncture. And the idea is that the outcomes and the probabilities of the futures that we want to avoid or we want to go towards is being driven by the behavior of the system. So you need a way in which to have a systems perspective and figure out where to intervene in minimal ways to have maximal changes in the system architecture so as to get you the kind of trajectories that you want. And that involves thinking in systems, thinking in platforms, thinking in new capabilities and structures.
Okay, thank you. Karen, you studied with Manny at Stanford. And a lot of times we think, oh, you have to go to an amazing university and that's going to shape your life. But I wanted to ask you, what was the importance of going to Stanford in the school and how seizing that opportunity has allowed you to unlock your giftedness and to unlock your talents and your creativity?
So first of all, this gathering is very special to me. About 12 years ago, I was a student of Bani, and while we did keep in touch, it's an honor to be on stage now with him. If there is one person who has had an incredible impact on many things I did as well as I did not do, both of those are important. I think it would be very fair to say it's through our interactions. So let me maybe decode that a little bit. I believe institutions have a role in the journey of young people. And while having the best professors is important, having the best environment, space is important, access to infrastructure is important, I fundamentally believe it really comes down to the mindsets we are embedding to our students. So, number one, are we allowing them to think that anything they dream of, anything they envision, anything they would like to embark on by risking things in their lives is possible? And doing it in an authentic way, not just writing it on post-its and putting on walls that anything is possible, but really doing it in a genuine, authentic way. So are we allowing people to dream big? The second is, are we creating the right environment, both physically, as Uli highlighted this morning, but also, are we allowing students to interact with people that they wouldn't interact with on a day-to-day basis? So people from different departments, professors from different fields. One of the rules actually at the D school was every class had to have students from different parts of the university come in, and every professor had to have co-professors or co-lecturers who were also from different parts. So they could argue in front of students, simply showing that there is no single answer. So what all I'm sharing here is these are the mindsets and the superstructures that we need to think about as we accept our students into our institutions and give them the tools, but more importantly, the mindsets that they go on with. And the one important thing is design thinking can sometimes be seen as a silver bullet, as a pill that you just take it and you're going to solve every problem. It's far from it. It's a tool. It is a well-codified tool that we use. But it requires systems thinking, it requires behavior science, it requires deep ethnography to really go deep into some of these challenges that we are all discussing here to be able to solve them. So I wouldn't want anybody to leave this session thinking we just simply take design thinking and build some spaces and have some classes and that's the solution to some of the challenges that our region is facing.
All right, thank you so much, Kerem. Thank you, thank you. Will, I'll finish with you. So we got our kids ready, we got them ready through school, we got them ready through university, applying all the principles that Professor Uli and others discussed this morning. When they get to the workplace, how do we use these principles of designs to review and reorganize businesses and companies? And you have 30 seconds.
Thanks so much for the question. I think one of the interesting things, and getting back really to the title of the talk, when we talk about fostering, really, we're creating the conditions, and I think there's some powerful questions in design thinking that has really spurred my career, at least, which is what would have to be true, or what are the conditions necessary to support, enable, foster the kind of activities that are going to lead to new outcomes. So what we're talking about is changing actions or changing behaviors that lead to new outcomes. And in the organizational setting, one of the things is we need to think about, well, what are the three attributes that enable innovation and creativity? That is, novel ideas to emerge. And there's really three things. There's the ability to experiment, that is to try things and fail and learn from it. The ability to communicate, and the ability to what's called flocking, and that is moving around from place to place. And through these three things, experimentation, flocking, and communication, we're able to diffuse ideas to try different methods. And I think the critical thing here is, do we have the requisite diversity of methods, skills, and mindsets to conquer or to at least address the challenges we face? And I think some of these provocative, challenging questions enable us or spur us to get people to respond to that and to engage with the challenge. And so that's what I'm most excited about. Thank you.
Guys, I think it's a tragedy that I have to wrap it up. I could stay here having conversations with all of you guys so much longer. Thank you so much for the opportunity. They're going to be available throughout the day here, so let's continue this conversation offline. But thank you so much. Please join me to thank our beautiful panelists. All right.
Thank you very much for our amazing panelists and our amazing moderator for this very insightful discussion.
Thank you indeed. A heartfelt thank you to our panelists and moderators. We now invite Mr. Abdulaziz Esbail, Deputy SG Business Development and Communications at Mawhiba, to honor the participants in the panel discussion.
Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a 15-minute break, but we want to talk about what is going to happen here on the stage after our coffee break. The Creathon, which is the heartbeat of this conference, is a movement that brings together the brightest minds and the boldest thinkers to tackle some of the world's most pressing challenges, and you don't want to miss that. At the same time, after 15 minutes, we're going to resume our program for today in the other venue, which is the auditorium. So it's difficult to choose where to go, right?
Exactly. Thank you, Taghreed. After the break and here on this stage, you will witness innovators, educators, visionaries, and rising stars come together to create solutions that go beyond imagination. This isn't about ideas sitting on a shelf. This is about real, impactful, game-changing innovation that will shape our world. See you in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, hello? Oh, no?
Yeah, there.
Wait.
I'm so sorry. I came to know you now. Yeah, I have quantified the mind, which means everything is quantified. I can measure with
Hello? Hello, everybody. If you are participating in the Creathon, please head to your table. If you don't know your table and you know your challenge, what track, please sit around the area of your challenge. In a moment, you'll be seated. Badges will be distributed among all of you. So please go to the location of the challenge that you're assigned to. And if you know your table again, please sit on the table. If you're not with the Creathon, we please ask you to leave the table as we're gonna start our Creathon event. Thank you very much and enjoy your journey with us.
Indeed, and join me in welcoming Dr. Oakley to the stage for her session, Igniting Creativity, How Neuroscience and AI Enrich Learning. Please welcome her on stage.
She has the clicker. I am so happy to be here, and let's just dive right in. I'm Barb Oakley. I'm from Oakland University, and sometimes people will say, Oakland. Oh, that's that town in California. It's so nice. You've got palm trees and sunshine. But actually, this is me going to work on a typical February day in Michigan, which is where Oakland University actually is. And I teach the course Learning How to Learn on Coursera. My co-instructor is Terry Sinowski, who's the Francis Crick Professor at the Salk Institute. And this is Terry going to work at his day job in February. He truly does live in Southern California. So to my shock, I was invited to speak at Harvard. I was a nervous wreck. I mean, it's Harvard. I walked into the room and I was even more nervous because it was packed, standing room only, all around the edges. And I thought, why are there so many people here? It turns out our one little course made for virtually nothing, mostly in my basement, that's my basement right there, had on the order of the same number of students as all of Harvard's massive open online courses and online courses put together, made for millions of dollars with hundreds of people. And so what this tells you is that people around the world are starved for fresh information based on neuroscience about how we can learn effectively. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about ChatGPT. And one of the questions people sometimes have is, well, how does it work? Well, you may know that it works in general by predicting the next word in sentences. But it actually does a lot more than that. Through clever word embeddings, it relates words to one another. Now, I'm going to use a fancy English word called anthropomorphism that simply means treating, in this case, a computer as if it was human. So we know when I talk about ChatGPT, it's not human, but if I speak about it that way, it will make things a lot easier for us. Now, if you'll remember, about 5 years ago, you would go, for example, to English. You'd use Google Translate to translate it into Arabic, and it would be a terrible translation. The reason for that was that by the time the computer sort of got to the end of a sentence, it would forget what was at the beginning of a sentence. So now, using these word embeddings, we can not only relate words to one another in sentences, but to entire paragraphs and even great swaths of the internet. How does it do this? I'm going to give you a 2-minute history of generative AI. So, back in 2017, there was a paper published called Attention is All You Need. Now, my co-instructor, Terry Sinowski, is the president of the Neural Information Processing Systems Conference. It sounds pretty boring, right? But actually, this conference is so important in artificial intelligence that typically they have 8,000 registration spots. And when they open registration, all 8,000 positions fill within less than 10 minutes. So Terry told me they submitted this paper, Attention is All You Need, to the conference, The reviewers thought, it's a nothing burger, nothing important at all. So they relegated it off to the corner, as a poster session given by a grad student. But it turns out this paper is so important that it has now been cited over 140,000 times. Why? Because it presented the idea of the transformer. What's a transformer? Before I tell you what a transformer can do and what it is, I want to just give you a little flavor for transformers and what they can produce. So this is something, it's a website called Suno. How many people here have used Suno? Anyone? I see a few in the back. Okay. So I went into this website. I entered the name Attention is All You Need, which is the name of the paper. I put in a little bit of boring technical information, and this is what it produced.
Recurrent thoughts, they go in loops, caught up in endless feedback hoops, decoding life through tangled webs.
So the bottom line is, that's kind of a catchy little tune there. Do you have like someone who you would like to impress? Put their name in, tell a little bit about what they're like as a person, and then generate a song about them. Give it to them as a gift, and they will think you are really creative. And you are. You are co-creative with some of the great insights and creativity that generative AI can give us. So we often think, only us humans can be creative, truly creative. That's simply not true at all. So what is the transformer? If we take a look, it's got two different components. Don't worry, I won't bore you with the details, but it's got the encoder. You feed in what you want, and then out from the decoder comes whatever the answer to your prompt might be. What we're really interested in here is that the flow of information through a transformer is remarkably similar to the flow of information through the human brain. What this means is that if we know just a little bit about how the brain learns, we can actually use generative AI much more effectively. So let's go and take a little look into the human brain. It has one fundamental building block for our purposes, which is the neuron. There's about 86 billion of them. And I wish you could see your faces right now. You're like, oh, this is where she gets to the super boring scientific part of the lecture. So let's spice it up a little bit. We're going to use a metaphor for a neuron, and that is a space alien. So the space alien has got 3 legs. Those are analogous to what are called dendrites on real neurons. It has these little toes that kind of stick out here. Those are called dendritic spines on real neurons. And then it has an arm that reaches upwards. And that's everything you need to know about neurons. Well, almost. In fact, what neurons like to do is reach out and kind of tickle the toe of an adjoining neuron. What this really means is that they are sending signals, largely electrical, a little bit of neurotransmitters when they jump that gap. And what these signals are doing is they're passing from one to the next neuron, connecting them together into kind of a big clump of neurons, and that is what happens whenever we learn anything. Now, unfortunately, educators and psychologists have been saying for the last 30, 40 years, you don't need to remember things. You can always just look it up. But would I speak Arabic if I just used Google Translate to look it up? I need to have those neural connections in my long-term memory in the neocortex if I am to become an expert in anything. So how do we strengthen those connections? We practice. But as you'll see, we practice in a specific way. So what happens if we don't practice? So for example, one of my engineering students came up to me once. He'd flunked miserably this test, a statistics test. And he comes up, he waves it at me, he says, how could I have flunked this test? I understood it when you said it in class. He thought all he needed was conceptual understanding. But if he doesn't remember what he conceptually understood, all bets are off. It's useless to him. So one thing I would like to point out is I'm in a school of engineering in the United States. My school of engineering, much like schools throughout the United States, has probably 80 to 90% of its faculty members in these STEM disciplines who come from countries that still value the importance of some degree of rote learning. I particularly love the Middle East because you understand that memorization can actually build some understanding. Poets will sometimes say, memorize the poem and you will understand it more deeply. But if we're in STEM, why should we let the poets have all the fun? We can memorize and use to our example as well. So what happens when students don't use and remember what they've been learning? Well, their little synaptic janitors can kind of go and sweep some of those spines away. So then it's as if they didn't actually even learn the material. So what we ultimately want to do with our teaching is we want to build nice, strong, rich connections that we can easily pull to mind when we need them. So this brings me to something that I believe is very important, and that is the value of metaphor. Metaphor allows us to take prior knowledge from a student and build it to help students much more easily grab new material. So let's say that I'm like, you think watching the current, the flow of water, oh, that's really easy to understand. But when you were a toddler, you played with water, you had all sorts of fun with it. It took you a while to get the conception of how water flows. Once you have that conception, though, a good teacher, a good professor can use it to help bridge into a related idea, which is that the flow of water is much like the flow of electricity. Is it a perfect metaphor? No. All metaphors break down. At a quantum level, that's not true, but it is a great way to onboard students. Now, when I was working on the book, okay, well, here's the reality. I hated math and science growing up, and I did terribly at them. And so one day, one of my students, my engineering students, found out about my sordid, horrible past as a math flunky. And he said, how did you change your brain? Because now, not only do I love math and science, but I'm a distinguished professor of engineering. It is a field that I absolutely adore. So he said, how did you change from hating it to loving it and being very successful? I wrote him a little email, and then I thought, oh, I like to write books, so why don't I put together a manuscript? So this manuscript I put together, I ended up emailing it to thousands of top professors who were well known for their teaching ability in dozens of different disciplines, including mathematics, economics, engineering, psychology. And I asked them, would you read the manuscript for my book and give me some good insight? They came back, gave me some great insights. But independently, a lot of these great professors, great teachers, told me, you know, here's some stuff, but there's this one little thing I love to do that it really is what makes me special as a teacher. That's why my students love me so much. But they said, you know, I don't usually tell the other professors what I do. What was that one thing they did? It was the use of metaphor and analogy. And they didn't tell the other professors, not because they were trying to keep it secret, but because the other professors would say, oh, so that's why you're seen as such a great professor. You just make it so easy for your students. But isn't that our job as professors, to help make the material easier, more palatable? In fact, learning is really difficult, and anything we can do to help shepherd our students forward is a valuable enterprise. Now, how do we come up, you know, if metaphors are so great, how do we come up with them? People used to ask me this, I'd say, go read nonfiction books, go to metaphor websites, but now you just go to ChatGPT and you ask for a good metaphor. And so, for example, let's say you are teaching Python programming and you have difficulty explaining the concepts of main guard versus scope. So you might ask ChatGPT, what's a good metaphor for this? Well, it comes back and says, main guard is like the gatekeeper of a castle, and scope are like the rooms within a castle. And then it will give you a lot more information besides. So you want to go and ask for metaphors of difficult concepts you are trying to teach or that you're trying to understand. And don't just ask for one metaphor. Ask for like 5 metaphors, very different metaphors. You'll find it invaluable in helping convey teaching, whatever you're teaching, more easily. Now, another thing you can do is if you want to enhance students' interest, motivation, and ability to learn, you want to get dopamine circulating in the brain. How do you get dopamine circulating and what does it do? Dopamine can help create those connections between neurons. It turns out, for example, that mice that get their little dopamine systems inactivated can't learn anything new. It is what cements those connections. So, curiosity helps elicit dopamine. How can we get our students curious? Ask generative AI, of course. So here I was in Mongolia aboard the world's most ugly horse. He's a cute little guy. And one of the things that the professors in Ulaanbaatar told me was, well, we're city folk. We don't really understand our Mongolian students coming off the steppe. How can we teach to them? How can we get them hooked? Well, simply if you're teaching Python programming, for example, ask for good metaphors that can provoke curiosity. Tell about your students. And in this particular case, it came up with great hooks and metaphors related to herding in enclosures, yurts and tents, and all that kind of good thing. So, while we're speaking of metaphors, I want you to think of large language models as being like car engines. So, you learn to drive one kind of car with an engine in it. Well, you've learned to drive, that's the main thing. You go to a car with a different engine, you can still pretty much drive that engine as well. How many here use ChatGPT? How many use Claude? Okay, some. Claude is super good. At Gemini, how many Gemini? Yeah, Gemini is plus or minus. Okay, so what I want to do now is give you a little sense of what does it mean when I say large language model. So we know it's like a car engine, but it's also like what we have in our own brain. Remember I had mentioned at the beginning that we have these links that we create when we're learning something. But I didn't tell you, there's 2 ways to create those links, 2 pathways. So the first pathway starts in the prefrontal cortex with the working memory. You can typically only hold about 4 things in working memory. I have a question for you. What do you call a person who speaks 2 languages? Bilingual. What's a person who speaks 1 language? An American. So I love speaking here because many of you are bilingual, at least to some extent. And what you're doing when you are translating a sentence to another language, you're holding that sentence temporarily in mind, and then you are translating it, and you're using your working memory to do it. That working memory is limited, only can hold 4 things. So when you're learning something through that declarative system, it goes into your working memory. Like right now, the information's going into working memory through the hippocampus into long-term memory. There's another pathway, though, as I'd mentioned, and that's that habitual automatic pathway, which goes through the basal ganglia. We need both to be able to learn effectively. But if we look at this from a slightly different perspective, that blue box is the declarative pathway. The orange box is the automatic pathway. So when we're thinking consciously about a problem we're trying to solve, it goes through from our working memory, we say, solve this math problem, for example. And you're consciously aware of solving the math problem. But let's say I want to learn to kick a soccer ball, a football. My conscious mind says, to the non-conscious basal ganglia, kick that soccer ball. And then I see which direction I've kicked it in. But I do it again and again, but I am not conscious of how I am learning to kick the soccer ball. I'm not conscious of that learning. So what is going on in this magical system of the basal ganglia where we're not even conscious of our learning as we are learning? It is a deep neural net. I call it, so if you look, every one of those circles is a neuron. And there's the lines in between them are the axon leading to the dendritic spine, leading to the dendrite. So I call this, this is called a deep neural net because it has a number of layers. The human brain has 6 layers. So when we are trying to learn something like kicking a soccer ball, we kick and we kind of see what happens, we learn from it, And then we try kicking again, we try kicking again, we strengthen some connections as we're learning, and we weaken other connections. But this is how we learn to kick a soccer ball. This is not only how we learn motor skills, it's how we learn our native language. We have our own large language model within our brain. In fact, this is how large language models, roughly, are created and trained using silicon chips. Now, what happens? So humans have two systems. They've got that conscious hippocampal system, the non-conscious basal ganglia system. What happens in humans when this conscious system gets knocked out? That happens with Alzheimer's patients. My father had Alzheimer's, bless his soul, and he would hallucinate things. So this is why generative AI can be like this wonderful assistant that occasionally is a little psychopathic. It has no conscious system that looks over and corrects hallucinations from the other system. There's attempts now to, through chain of thought reasoning, for example, to emulate the human declarative system, but they still have nothing conscious. So I just want to give you a very swift overview. We've got all these large language models. I'm just showing the ones from the West now. My hope is that there will be an Arabic-trained large language model. That is what I'm working on a paper about local large language models that are trained on non-English. There are interfaces that go through these large language models, they serve as dashboards in front of the large language models. So we've got lots of writing assistants. We've also got a number of research assistants. These are trained not only like ChatGPT is trained, although they can use it, they're often trained on large bodies of research. So for example, Semantic Scholar is trained on over 200 million research articles. I particularly like this one, Cite, which will go through, generate references, and then go through and check to see if it's hallucinating. There are so many different types of apps that we can use. So there's apps that serve as dashboards in front of large language models, and then there's the large language models themselves. So I would like to give credit to this wonderful book, Teaching with AI, which helped inspire this illustration. But this can give you a little sense. I should point out, Canva and Gamma over there they often have access to some of these different writing assistants, videos, illustrations. So they can be worthwhile as far as subscription. So there's also a number of books, and I'll just put them all up here so you can see if you're a reader. There's terrific practical books. ChatGPT and the Future of AI is by my co-instructor, Terry Sanowski. Ethan Mullick is he has a wonderful book, and also both Terry and Ethan have Substacks. So AI Superpowers, I believe, is really important to be reading to understand how the Arab-speaking world can fit in worldwide and begin to have a similar impact. There's great courses from Coursera on all sorts of aspects of this fast-moving field. So Accelerate Your Learning with ChatGPT has got lots more information than I have time to share here today. So now I have a question for you, very quickly. I'm going to ask you, there's 4 things, 4 different approaches that people can use for learning. I want you to vote on one thing only that you think is most important in helping people learn. How many vote for rereading? Okay, a couple. Highlighting or underlining? Okay. Retrieval practice, like using a flashcard. Okay, and creating a concept map. Oh my word. The concept mapping people have so much great PR. Nobody went and checked. And when they did check, guess what? Retrieval practice is the most effective method by far, not just for trivial facts, but for deep understanding. You do your initial learning, you retrieve from your own mind, and you can learn really well and understand even better. So as I'm wrapping up, I just want to remind you that although we have 4 arms on our working memory, generative AI has thousands of arms, and it can truly help us be greatly creative in our learning. So thank you so very much.
Thank you, Dr. Oakley, for this absolutely fascinating presentation.
Thank you indeed, Dr. Oakley.
Now we're going to invite Dr. Reem Al-Frayyan, the Director General of the Center of Excellence at Mawhiba, to honor Dr. Oakley for her exceptional contribution in the field.
Thank you indeed. والآن thank you. والآن ننتقل إلى جلستنا التالية بعنوان محفزات الإبداع، حيث سنناقش كيف تساهم الأعمال الخيرية وصناديق الوقف في دعم تعليم الموهوبين والابتكار. نرحب بضيوفنا الكرام إلى المنصة تحت إدارة المهندس عبد الله الرخيص، عضو مجلس إدارة مؤسسة موهبة.
والآن حضورنا الكريم ننتقل إلى جلستنا التالية بعنوان محفزات الإبداع، حيث سنناقش كيف تساهم الأعمال الخيرية وصناديق الوقف في دعم تعليم الموهوبين والابتكار. نرحب بضيوفنا.
The giftedness, we would like to welcome the panel discussion moderated by Abdullah Khais, the board member of موهبة.
السلام عليكم.
Good morning.
تفضل دكتور.
Please, Doctor, join us
السلام
on
عليكم.
the stage. Good morning to you all. Very good morning. In the name of Allah, a praise and thanks are due to Allah alone, and a peace and a blessing be upon our Prophet Muhammad. It's my pleasure, brothers and sisters, on behalf of King Abdulaziz and his companions for giftedness and creativity, to welcome you at this panel discussions, which will explore and discuss the role of trust funds and a non-profit organization to support the institutions which support gifted and talented people. We're going to focus in a nutshell from the national and international perspective, and the two speakers will shed light on the opportunities and the challenges and focus on living examples. And we are so pleased at موهبة, the two speakers in this panel discussions of the Global Conference of Giftedness 2024, Dr. Ziad bin Abdel bin Idris and His Excellency Khalid bin Ibrahim Al-Awad. And they are remarkable figures, and they have well-established knowledge and experience in education and a non-profit organization alike. So Dr. Ziad Idris has a PhD in sociology, and he held the position of head of delegations to UNESCO, and he is the founder of King Abdullah bin Idris Culture Center, and the trustees trustees member of King Abdulaziz Khalid Al-Awad. He has a well-established knowledge, specialized, and has PhD in sociology, and he is a former Shura Council and the former deputy of Minister of Education, and he has a number of memberships and author of a number of publications in development and non-profit sector. We'll start with the initial question to His Excellency Ziad Idris about enjoyment in terms of concept, and mention and highlighting the role of a trust fund and enjoyment in enhancing education. First of all, I would like to thank you, Dr. Abdullah, and I would like to thank موهبة Foundation for organizing this conference. As a matter of fact, and in a nutshell, the endowment is an organization on which the human history has progressed, which started with the advent of Islam, and this is the trust fund, and generates the fruits to maintain and to hold the assets and just to leverage the returns of the assets. When we mention the waqf or endowment, when we can remember the prophetic traditions, when a Muslim dies, nothing. there is a big difference between endowment and the charity. General charity, is to do good, but it's intermittent pace. But the endowment has this kind of governance, and the governance ensures sustainability. And this is the idea. This concept was consolidated with the advent of Islamic religion and endowment classified in education. This presentation is, I will touch upon this presentation. In my next, the slides will be included in my next presentation. When those who are interested, the endowments in education have been classified into 4 branches: endowment for mosques and for the education centers and for the educators and learners, and for libraries. And we have a number of endowment for education in mosques, and it started with the Holy Mosque when it was when it came to rise, and Masjid Al-Qurwayin in Fes, one of the largest and the greatest educational endowment, and the UNESCO classified it the first university created ever, and such universities still practice its educational component, and it was created on endowment by Fatma Al-Fihri, and it's working until now. Without any further ado, as I said, the endowments took prominence in mosques, and then came out of the scope of mosque to other spaces, spacious spaces. So Ibn Khaldun said, so the multiple of endowment and trust funds and the knowledge were amplified because of such a growing sector of endowment. And Ibn Khaldun is one of the scholar who taught at Al-Qarawiyyin University. And the concept and the idea and the notion of endowment in education moved to Europe and modern Europe and United States, and famous and the prestigious universities such as Oxford were created driven by endowment, and Harvard might be considered one of the largest endowed university. I would like to thank Dr. Ziad for this background on the concept and the history of endowment. Dr. Khalid, how can you see the integration between non-profit organization and endowment organization from one part, and education and institutions, especially concerned about the development and nourishing the gifted and talented students? Thank you, Dr. Abdullah, and I would like to thank Mawhiba for organizing this global conference in this edition 2024-2025, and I would like to thank the participants in this workshop. So, following on Dr. Ziad's presentation, I would like to look into the reality. Endowment constituted an instrumental part in education, and you might I think one of you has seen this experience. The lessons before formal educations were conducted in mosques and in some scholars' houses, or and abode. So those who teach students is called a volunteer, but he has some sort of income, and this income was both in endowment and charity, and endowment is one model of charities. So right now we have this kind of system in our reality in this country. Huge funds are spent on education based on the organization instituted by the government and the National Center for Non-Profit Sector. So I reflected on the role of such institutions supported by endowment, which is education has a high place and a high position and high priority for the for non-profit and the charitable organization. So education has the a larger shares, different type of education. So the government has organized and institutionalized this rule through the General Authority of Endowment and the non-profit council and the governance, which this is an institutional work start to produce programs and cross-cutting and we have cross-cutting programs which focus on education at large. So this is a huge quantity, partly and funded by endowment, and this will drive the education. So the government has schools and universities and has a fund and financial resources for education. Now we have charity and we have non-profit organization and the university such as King Faisal University. So we have the emergence the emergence of such university from the endowment. So we need to focus on Mawhiba. The endowment of King Abdullah has played an instrumental part and has allocated a big bunch of the financial resources to support and to drive the educational system cost, as well as endowment and trust fund. So Mawhiba should, in my mind, we need a well-organized and structured action plan how to leverage such fund and such endowment. If we conduct a study on the impact of such endowment and trust funds on giftedness, it has a greater impact. But King Abdullah endowment, and if we weighted such projects, we can find King Abdullah endowment has a larger part. I would like to thank Mawhiba and the organizers of this conference, this idea and this notion started and signed agreements, and one of which I will explore, which Al-Aliya Foundation for the Development of Local Communities signed agreement yesterday between Mawhiba, and I hope this is it would be an effective one, which is to create a business model which better fit the joint action between Mawhiba and other endowment foundations. Thank you, Dr. Khalid. Dr. Ziad, I would like, as being a member of the trustees board and the agreement which provide grants for gifted, I would like to shed light on this waqf or this trust fund. Within 5 minutes, please stick to time. Less than 5 minutes, I will. We have explored, Dr. Khalid and I delved in depth in international and the national models, and we have multiple trust funds which right now taking prominence, and King Saud Trust Fund we have the endowment of the late King Abdulaziz for gifted and talented. This is the fund which allocate financial resources for gifted and talented, and we might showcase and highlight in a very executive summary. This is for the Waqf. This is a word, opening remarks. This is executive summary for what has been delivered by King Abdullah endowment to King Abdulaziz gifted. You can see the money spent, which exceeded 160 million Saudi riyal. However, the total of what has been spent on the foundation since inception 2011 exceeded 130 billion Saudi riyal, and this is huge money, and Mawhiba deserve more, which doesn't relay solely. And this is what we have in the agreement signed lately between the Waqf and King Abdulaziz Foundation, not to be limited to what is provided by Waqf. The Waqf covers more than 50 to 60% of the budget of the foundation, but however, the foundation should seek alternative sources of funding. This is the deed of the deed of the fund signed by late King Abdullah, identifying the beneficiaries, and as I mentioned, the beneficiaries, King Abdulaziz Foundation, and we have an idea to have other beneficiaries, but this is in the future. But the sole beneficiary is King Abdulaziz Foundation, and this is the forwards which touch upon our hearts. This is a word. This is a word written by late King Abdullah in the deed. This is the key features of the fund and the strategic directives of the fund, and as you can see, all in all, to support King Abdulaziz Foundation and gifted and talented. We have only 2 minutes. This is the role of the board in the first and the second term, and this is the investment committees and the audit review and nomination and remuneration, and this is a good indicator for the financial performance of the Waqf, and in a growing improvement, and this is better serve the King Abdulaziz Foundation. I'd like to thank you for shedding light and highlighting the role of King Abdulaziz Trust Fund, and I address the question for the horizons of partnership. Thank you, Dr. Abdullah. I will try I try to rush a little bit. Under this title, this is Alia for local development, local community development in innovative and participatory, and focusing on the value. The sectors include health, urban setting, and the family and young people and education. We have this kind of partnership with the Mawhiba. I deliberately focus on the partnership and participatory approach, but I will focus on the act, which is participatory. So we need to have practical steps. Such conferences and forum should end up with the action plan. I reflected on how to foster such kind of partnership, and this is the question: how to work together hand in hand. So I incline to look into the comprehensive approach for promoting the gifted. If we have such kind of network, we should identify the key players such as universities and the Mawhiba and the other donors, which might be the players, and explore and identify new players. And we should identify the isolated partners. So the comprehensive approach for the system, if we want to achieve this kind of nurturing of talented, we should have this kind of inclusive and comprehensive approach. So I set a matrix of joint actions to identify the policies and enablers, which is closely related to the appropriate governance. We should have governance, national agenda, and to have this kind of joint planning. And this is we need synergy in this kind of planning. This is system, and this participatory action will achieve good results and tangible results in terms of productivity and joint action and accountability and transparency. And this can be achieved and materialized through the action plan or the ecosystem. So we should assume that partners are not at the same level. We have fully fledged participatory, such as the genuine participation or partnership, and we come to this kind which has become part of our ecosystem, and to have some sort of collaboration or participation at some extent or some degree in conference, but you should be present to in full, and this wouldn't be achieved. We need the hero or the champion to lead this kind of ecosystem. We can create an ecosystem, but we need a driver, and the champion has a vision to drive this ecosystem to the destination that we aspire for. So we need a leader for this ecosystem. We should work through the strategic movement, and we have a strategic vision and integration, and buying in innovation resources, and measuring the impact and measure the outcomes, and to buy in for the public and private policies which support and promote innovation. This is the move that we want, and I suggest to create a council for the affairs of the gifted, and this is the chairman. The advocate will join forces, and this is the system of this council will be the caretaker of the policies and the research, which wouldn't have been achieved without the ecosystem and a leader for this ecosystem. And the idea that I would like to focus on such a partnership signed yesterday is two foundations. Mawhiba, the donor, and we have joint goals, shared goals, and to work, but we need at the end of the day the support, and this is from the government agencies. I still have 8 seconds, so thank you. This is a valuable and enriching presentation. We would like to conclude a roadmap for the horizons of partnership, the participatory approach between Awqaf and the trust fund and the non-profit organization from one part, and with the organization concerned or gifted and talented organization. So what are the key recommendations that we can come up with? You have 3 recommendations for each one of you. So what should we come up with to enhance the horizons and the potentials of this partnership to achieve the tangible outcomes? Dr. Ziad, I think the humanity focused on individualism, then we come to the organizations. I think we'll come back to the individualism once more. So we should pay attention to gifted and talented, and I keep repeating that the Portuguese government, after dominating the half of the entire globe right now, it's a very Rolando alone regained the glory of Portugal, and we have some model of the African players who made the difference financially and the media coverage because of their football skills. So I think we should focus on talented and gifted people and support this notion, the identification of such gifted people, and because they will make the difference in their societies. How can we achieve as such? We should enhance the cooperation between the gifted organization and endowment foundation, and to convince the donors of the importance of identifying gifted and highlighting their role in their communities. If we manage to do as such, I think we will have the we'll have the buy-in of the donors. Dr. Khalid. Recommendations. You need recommendations. The first recommendations, as a matter of fact, to conduct a research study, applicable research studies on the discipline of the third sector and enjoyment, and how to support the gifted programs. So I think it has its significance because it will give us the foundation and a roadmap and a baseline to identify such kind of charities and such a contribution, such as social responsibility. So the resources coming out of the state budget, we should conduct a study. The second recommendation, which is I would conclude my presentation, which is creating the coordination council. Such official bodies need some sort of formal procedures, but under Mr. Khalid Sharif, we can create this coordination council between such different stakeholders and gifted and to engage the private sector and the civil organization, and to have some sort of governance to create win-win situations for all. This will drive this kind of momentum, and if we have this kind of mature idea, and the government will support this endeavor, and set the official framework. This is the final recommendations, and I am willing to share. I am willing to share by any capacity. So the collective action, we should work in synergy And you can remember during the National Transformation Program, so some program worked out and some program didn't work out. Those which didn't work out because of lack of synergy and coordination among different stakeholders. Then we have such kind of coordination among different agencies. So we have right now central agency for accountability. So I can see that we can achieve. We cannot work on a single or focus on a single organization, but we need to buy in the like-minded organization, because we are partners and we should our responsibility to reach our target goal. Thank you, Dr. Khalid. I think this is recommendations, no doubt, are valuable, and at the same time forge the way ahead. And I have the Secretary General, Acting Secretary General Khalid Sharif. From such recommendations from the stellar panelists for the expected role with the unlimited support of our government and the Board of Trustees of King Abdulaziz, may Allah rest his soul in peace, and the board of King Abdulaziz Mawhiba, and the staff and the teachers and the students to Mawhiba to play this role, which highlighted by Dr. Ziad, to make it an institutional initiatives, and what Dr. Khalid has focused on the champion for the good reputation of Mawhiba at international and national levels, with the support of the wise leadership. And I think it's highly qualified to play this role. On behalf of Mawhiba, I would like to thank the panelists, and I would like to thank the attendees for listening, and wishing you the best.
شكرا جزيلا. ناقشنا في هذه الجلسة كيف تساهم الأعمال الخيرية وصناديق الوقف في دعم تعليم الموهوبين والابتكار. شكرا
Gifted and talented. Thank you, Mr. Abdullah Khais, and we invite Khalid Sharif, Acting Secretary General of Mawhiba, to honor and recognize the panelists and the moderator of this session. I would like to thank for recommendations. We have submitted such recommendations to the Royal, and we can start. We can do this kind of pilots to see its impact.
شكرا لكم، تحية مجددا. شكرا جزيلا لكم على هذا الحوار الممتع والمفيد لكله حديث جميل جدا عن المواهب وعن الإبداع. أسامة.
بالتأكيد. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, next we will spotlight Mawhiba's vision for the future. This panel is moderated by Familusi A. Babajed, the Executive Director for Africa at Under 40 CEOs, where highlighted bold initiatives and global aspiration, support, giftedness, and also creativity. Welcome to the stage, Familusi.
All right. Thank you very much, Osama and Tariq, for that amazing introduction. And good morning, everybody. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is such a great pleasure to be back for the third time at the third edition of Mawhiba's Global Conference for Giftedness and Creativity. My name is Familusi Akimabajide, but I know that's a mouthful, so you can please call me Fab. All right? Okay, allow me to now very quickly, welcome my panel, who will be speaking about the future aspirations of Mawhiba. We found out last night that Mawhiba has been on this journey for 25 years. They've been evolving with the impact, with the story, but one thing has remained constant. They have been identifying, nurturing, and preparing the next generation of gifted and talented individuals to solve global problems. So allow me to welcome to join me, firstly on the stage, the Secretary General Consultant, His Highness, Prince Dr. Faisal bin Abdullah bin Mishari Al Saud. Please a warm applause for him as he makes his way to the stage. Thank you very much, sir. All right, next up, I would like to invite the Secretary General Consultant at Mawhiba in the person of Dr. Omar Al-Muarma. Yes, that's it, sir. All right, and last but not the least is the Manager Strategy and Organizational Excellence at Mawhiba in the person of Engineer Suleiman A. Altraiki. All right, thank you very much. And a warm welcome to all of you, my dear panelists. Good to see you again. All right, I'd like to kick off with you, sir. His Highness Prince Faisal. Considering the new mission statement of Mawhiba, which is, creating a lifelong success journey for young talents by forming strategic partnerships and building a global knowledge powerhouse in giftedness and creativity. So what would you say is the transformative shift in Mawhiba 2030 and its new vision, and what are the pillars that Mawhiba's strategy is built on?
Thank you very much.
The microphone. It's on, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for having us in this stage for talking about Mawhiba Strategy 2030. And as you mentioned, the mission of the strategy is very clear. Actually, it's the strategy of Mawhiba is now. If we may have the slides shown, please. As you know, this is the fourth strategy that Mawhiba has. The first one was 2009, and the second one 2014, and the first one we call it startup, the second one called qualitative expansion. The third one was started 2019, empowerment and excellence. In fact, the fourth one, which we just started this year, we aiming to have the vision up to the 2030, concentrating or having the theme as an impact. The impact that all of our work, we should review our work, our programs, and that should fit actually in the maximum impact. Of course, having known the if we have, please, the slides shown, it will help us explaining more. And what the Mawhiba has in numbers, maybe is, we have seen it yesterday, last night. Good achievements actually in numbers and in size. We're talking about more than 600,000 students have been attempted actually to be known as gifted. 1 million students have attempted also the projects of research and have gone through the nominations and filtration up to the, for example, ISEF competition, which is a global competition, and we have 160 awards in that. That's only ISEF. We have more, around 700 medals have been won by the students. Actually, our strategy now is envisioning to be a leading global reference in empowering brightness, young minds for lasting impact. Mawhiba would see itself in 2030 as a leading global reference in empowering the brightest young minds. For also, this is very important for lasting impact. Actually, I just will end this introduction by the 3 pillars that this strategy have been built or constructed. The first one is about the lifelong journey, the success pathways at scale, talking about numbers, geographic coverage, and also the different stages of education, up to also the workplace. So we should not stop at any time, at any stage. It's not only the education. We are talking about the linkage of education with the workplace, and this is what everybody is talking. Yesterday, this morning, we have heard a lot about this. The second pillar is the sustainable ecosystem. Like we just learned from the last session, we have to work collaboratively. We have to collaborate, we have to work together. Mawhiba only by itself cannot do everything. Actually, the collaboration has proved that we could get more of impact, more of advantages of the talents, and utilize them more by the collaboration. And one of important collaborations is the universities. This stage, we're talking about the universities and the workplace. We should integrate all these sectors in the development of talents and gifted students. The last one, the last pillar, is the knowledge powerhouse. I think Mawhiba has felt now at this stage, after 25 years of work in this area and concentrating on this area, it is in the position of becoming a powerhouse, as a knowledge powerhouse. Meaning that it will share the knowledge, it will also produce knowledge internationally and share it with all institutions that is concerned with the talents and creativity. And also it should also advocate for more of policies, more of research that really help and support the creativity and talent services.
All right. Indeed, this is a very exciting mission, feeding nicely into the re-engineered vision. But Prince Faisal, I'll just stay with you for a quick second. What role will innovation play in the strategic plan, particularly in terms of leveraging technology to enhance learning and career development? And how do we plan to stay ahead of emerging trends in education and, of course, workforce development that may affect gifted and talented individuals?
Okay, I think since this morning, I mean, we are learning and hearing more of this, supporting this issue. Actually, you cannot work, I mean, as in size, you increase your size, your coverage, without using the technology. As we said today, the AI and also the digital systems has to be utilized actually very fully in the strategy. And if we look at the initiatives that's produced by for the strategies, maybe 70% of them are based on the technology. So you cannot, for example, today you cannot have a coverage, big coverage, without using the technology. You cannot, for example, have this collaboration, bringing all these, what we call it today, we heard about it, WeQ, or the, what do we call it, Dr. Omar, is the collective intelligence. Collective intelligence cannot be today brought in a room like this. It's a global collection. Global collection, that means we have to use the digital systems. We bring everybody together in one platform or one discussion group, and so on and so forth. I think there is a lot of dependency on digital and electronic forms, even in schools. Today, if we want also the talented, gifted students now, they have, every student has his own special way of learning, maybe, and also a pathway. Okay. This will help a lot.
Okay. All right. I'd like to move to Engineer Suleiman now. We've moved from the vision to the mission and even, the strategic role that innovation will play to ensure we stay ahead of the trends. But what would you say are the main objectives and designed programs for implementing the strategy of Mohiba 2030?
Thank you, Fab, for your question. I'm glad to be here to talk about Mohiba 2030 strategy. Of course, the first objective is about identification at scale, and we're here today early in the morning with Dr. Hassan from Ministry of Education about importance of reaching out to all the regions in the kingdom. So that first strategic objective is going to be talking about identification, more efficient, and at scale. The second one, not only identify them, but also guide them through journeys to their career in Mohiba. Since they identify, they take the right programs, and also we extended the journey to reach the university and workplace. And also leverage all that to the kingdom transformation. Not only, we want our students to help the kingdom achieving their transformation. And the fourth strategic objective is to have those efficient ecosystem of talent development, as mentioned by Prince Faisal about it. Mohiba also role to advise policymaker. That's one of strategic objective. Then the last two objectives is talking about driving the enhancement of giftedness and creativity, knowledge. And Mohiba is always there as recognized globally in giftedness and creativity, but our strategy aims to lead and drive that topics. If you allow me, I'll go to the other part of your question.
30 seconds?
Yeah, I will do my magic. Fab. So it's, we've developed 19 initiatives. Those 19 initiatives divided on 5 programs. The first one is about identification It's going through the whole journey of identification. We aim to have more student identify. We will have multi-method, multi-trait identification. And also, we convert those, let's say we have some leakage or missing in identification. We need to have that booster to increase them. The second program, to have success-driven learning journey. We designed pathways. We introduced the student journey in the previous strategy. Now we will have more rich pathways for each student of the topics they like. Then we will have a holistic bionic learning in that program, which is really important in adding skills, technology, and also personalized learning. We developed the third program about giftedness in university and workplace, and we will start that program. We extended the journey after the K-12. Then we will have, as mentioned, always Mawhiba rely on partnership. That's the fourth strategic program. And the fifth one is having a knowledge hub, knowledge training programs. We develop calendar and also benefit from the data we have.
All right, so very quickly and in 1 minute, because we're pressed for time, how do you mentioned partnerships. How do we go about fostering partnerships to create, this seamless transition from education to the workplace?
By understanding that the students' need and also the university and workplace needs. That first thing we will address it, and also benefit from the data we have over the 25 years. We will nurture the student, provide those programs they need, tailored to the need of the student and our partners. Yes.
All right, thank you very much for making that quick. Please, you may clap. I heard someone was about to. Yes, thank you very much. All right, so I'll just come to you very quickly, Prince Faisal, for just 1 minute, 60 seconds. What potential impact do we hope to create through the implementation of the Mawhiba strategic plan for our students, the broader community, and the economy? And how are we going to engage with stakeholders to achieve all of this impact?
And I think the impact is a result that when we go wisely into the map of connectivities between the workplace and the universities and schools. I think talented students now will be early engaged or exposed to even workplace, even when they are in the middle school or high school. They know what's in the workplace. So they go and visit, and they have internship, externship, even in the universities. They have to be connectivity, very high connectivity between those three, let's say, stations. And I think if we go there, if we implement this connectivity, I think we'll reach to a very high impact.
All right.
So we will measure it by how those talents gonna affect the economy.
Okay.
I think if they share, if they work in the early stages, and they know ahead of time, early time, that they are going to work at these, for example, companies, and they know their challenges very early. They will direct their studies and their research, and then heading also to work even in these places and create innovation and creative solutions to their problems. And I think that's the real impact that we need.
Okay, that's amazing. Talking about impact metrics in 30 seconds, please, because I need to bring Dr. Omar up. What will those metrics be that you would be able to utilize to assess and realize the success and impact of the strategic plan?
First, number of beneficiary. We will try to expand the number of students we served. 2030 is going to be quadruple the number we served in the past 25 years. And also about the ecosystem, we will measure the number of the upskilling professionals working in the ecosystem, as well as enabling more partners in the ecosystem in terms of competition and global engagement is maintaining that top 2 rank in ISEF, as well as winning gold medals in top international Olympiads. And also in knowledge and sharing, having actively sharing policy advocacy papers with policymakers in different organizations, not only national, but international.
All right, thank you very much. And on that note, on impact and metrics, I was here at the last conference 2 years ago, and I witnessed firsthand, I believe, hundreds of the smartest young people from over, I believe, 30 countries who participated in this ideathon in what would birth what we called at the time the Global Talent Platform. Now, each challenge undertaken by these geniuses solved a unique problem on the platform, and it was quite exciting to see the many solutions preferred. And now, what was known as the GTP is now ready to be unveiled, and I'm so excited to unveil the brand new Global Talent Platform, which has a brand new branding, by the way, and by the name Mohiba MetaMinds. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Dr. Omar Al-Muhammad.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Fab, for the introduction, and we are happy to have you back. Well, talents are the top human capital, and the most of the academic institutes, corporations, and organizations, and even nations are keen to acquire them. However, once they are onboarded, it is very difficult to retain them, manage them, and harness their innovation. Our response to talent management will determine our level of future achievement. Research by Gallup indicates that 52% of employees who leave their job cites lack of motivation and development as a key reasons. This percentage is even higher among the gifted population. So Mawhiba, for the past 2.5 years, have invested a lot of money and time and effort to bring to you this solution, what we called Mawhiba MetaMinds. Inspired by His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, when he launched NEOM in 2017, when he said that we will bring gifted and talented people from all over the world to make something different. Mawhiba took the initiative and worked with various stakeholders during the past conference, 2022. We hosted over 100 talented individuals with various stakeholders in a design thinking, using design thinking method in ideathon, like the Creathon that you will see in next room. And there were a set of questions in mind. How can young talented individuals overcome their limitations, meet like-minded people, and bring their gifts to the world? And what is the best way to unite them and empower them to leverage their impact? Not only that for the talented youth, but also for those who are interested in talent management and talent hunt. So for our partners, the main questions were how academic institutes, businesses can attract and nurture these individuals and harness their collective intelligence. During the 2022 conference, we hosted from 30 countries 100 talented individuals working using the design thinking approach, user-centric, because they are the main users for the platform. We hosted them, put them in a challenge. We extracted over 170 solutions from them that will feed the design and the development of the platform. Needless to say that great minds have a purpose and the other have wishes. So since then, we have really worked with the great minds through several workshops after the ideathon to bring you to this solution. So the power of multiplied talented minds and their collective intelligence have resulted in the blueprint of the Mawhiba MetaMinds. Mawhiba MetaMinds is a best fit right now in Mawhiba 2030 strategy, exactly in the gifted and creative opportunities for workplace. For the past 25 years, we're focusing only on K-12 education, and now it is the opportunity for Mawhiba and for our partners. We go beyond the K-12 education to university students and to the workplace environment. So the framework that we adopted for the Mawhiba MetaMinds, we are envisioning to collect different, diverse, very competitive, talented individuals from all over the world, including Saudi Arabia. Maybe the majority will be from Saudi Arabia. We will profile them. We will make a thorough assessment for their strengths and weaknesses. Then we will develop a journey, individualized journey for each one of them. Then we will put them in a context where they can use project-based learning, different challenges to exercise their collective intelligence in order to leverage their innovative minds. So we hope that the M3 will impact the individuals, the organizations, the industry, and beyond. So why to join M3? If you are a partner, academic partner, the M3 will provide access to a world-class learning materials, connect talents from all over the world with challenges and R&Ds, opportunities, and will strengthen the university brand and presence. For businesses, you will give, M3 will give you access to curated exceptional talents. You can recruit, nurture, and develop your own in-house talents, and you can build your workforce ready to innovate and lead, in your industry. For our content partners, the M3 will give you access to a network of top-tier human capital, and for those who are the talented minds, your personal giftedness program is at your fingertip. You will have, a custom journey. You will meet other talented individuals, and you will reach new heights and unlock new rewards. And for those young professionals, it is the place where you can accelerate your career. So, this is a short story, if you allow me, Fab, for the what Barbara said this morning. We should emphasize the metaphors and the analogies. So the M3 logo represent the whole story of our business in Mawhiba MetaMinds. Mu is a Greek letter. It is the scientific notation in physics, and it represents 1 in millionth. And in statistic, it's the population. And we hear referring to rarity and extraordinary value for human giftedness. For racing tracks, we know that every champion in Formula has a team behind him. So you are not going to be alone in the MetaMinds. We will have a team behind you to support your championship. The summit and valley is a representation of the pinnacle of achievements that few can reach, but also along the pathway you will have real challenges, and the resilience is a key concept in there. So you will have infinite opportunities, and the M to the power 3 represent the exponential growth within this platform, and the dawn is a new era of talent development. So this is a quick QR code you can scan if you want to have this presentation. But also, this is the landing page of the M3. It is up and running right now. You can Google it, and you can have access to it. For those who are interested to subscribe as talents, we will receive your profile. It will go under a thorough revision, a thorough evaluation, and you will get notification by the M3 team. These are screenshots of the M3 from within the platform itself. We already have over 100 talented individuals from 30 countries, and they are exercising and learning great materials within the platform. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Omar. The future of Mawhiba is indeed so bright that it blinds the eye. And I'm so honored to be part of this great movement. And I'd like to thank my amazing panelists, Prince Faisal, Engineer Suleiman, and Dr. Omar for this beautiful session. And to you, our amazing audience, a big thank you to you too. Please stick around. It's still the 3rd edition of Mawhiba's Biennial Global Conference for Giftedness and Creativity. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed. Thank you to our panelists and moderator for sharing Mawhiba's bold vision for the future and its commitment to fostering global talent and creativity. We are pleased to invite Mr. Abdulaziz Asbail, Deputy SG Business Development and Communications at Mawhiba, to honor the participants for this panel discussion on Mawhiba's vision for the future. إذا نتوجه الآن للاستراحة لتناول وجبة الغداء. نعود بعدها في تمام الساعة 3:15. We're now having a break, lunch break. We'll be back here at 3:15. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yo.
to make them sit down. Let me give Testing. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're about to start our panel discussion. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We're now transitioning to our final panel discussion, titled Celebrating Success, Lessons from the Creative Journeys. And this session is going to be moderated by Familusi A. Babajid, the Executive Director of Africa at Under 40 CEOs.
Yes, Tagreed, this session highlights the inspiring stories of gifted individuals who have used their creativity to drive meaningful impact. Let's celebrate the power of gifted minds and the transformative influence of creativity, and give a warm welcome to our panelists on stage.
Can you hear me? All right, so welcome back. This is that panel that I'm sure you told yourself you must not miss, right? All right, so in this session, we will not only celebrate success, but also uncover the lessons from the creative journeys of individuals who have blazed their unique paths. Now, allow me to introduce you to my amazing panel. First, among other things, is a public health strategy and policy advisor, an associate professor of clinical microbiology, an advisory group member at the World Health Organization. Please make welcome Dr. Hossam Zawawi. All right. Please. Okay, next, she's an executive leader, a MISC 2030 leader, and senior director at Diriyah Company. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Heidi Alaskari. And finally, a 2024 Rhodes Scholar-elect, a UCLA senior in political science, mathematics, and economics, the co-founder of FURAS, and most importantly, a Mohiba alumni. Please make welcome Mohammed Al-Harhati. All right, you're very welcome. All right, I'd like to start with you, Mohammed. As a Rhodes Scholar-elect with diverse experiences across McKinsey, the UN, SIDF, what challenges have you observed or personally faced in nurturing creativity in non-traditional fields? How can young talents overcome these obstacles?
Wonderful. First and foremost, Fab, I'd like to thank everyone for coming here and Mohiba for this opportunity to speak. You get very humbled by the people you meet here. The talent, the potential, and the excitement to empower the talent is something that is powerful, and I'm very thankful for having the opportunity to meet everyone first and foremost, and then to have the opportunity to speak here. Going back to your question about the challenges that talents must overcome, when people speak to me, they usually speak about the 3 years that are most recent, right? McKinsey consulting, the United Nations diplomacy, going to Oxford on a Rhodes Scholarship, studying political science and mathematics economics at UCLA. But I think it's very important to go behind these labels and to study the background behind that. I remember maybe 6 years ago, when I was in the Tamayuz program, which is a program that's the product of Mohiba's efforts, I went into a room that everyone was speaking English in, and I did not have the English to speak. Everyone knew what math and science is, but I have not had that in school. What I'd had in school instead is religious subjects and social subjects that I think were very powerful to the constitution of what Muhammad is today. It's a moral compass that I take with me every day, but I did not study math and science, and that's something that I realized I did not have. What I had instead is a determination and an affirmation from my family and from Mawhiba that I had the talent, and I had the ability to go to a US university and to go to a path that empowers me to do a lot to this nation and to the world. And I think that determination was the product of, number one, an identification of my talent. Number two, an exploration of the paths that I can go through. And number three is a democratized provision of opportunities, right? I did not have the background for someone to go to a top US university, but I had the opportunity to study how to go there. And that was thankfully a result of the efforts of Ba'd Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the people of my nation. And through Mawhiba as an example and as a symbol of that. And I had that determination, I had that affirmation from the people around me. And I self-studied my way, self-studying math, self-studying science, got a 99th percentile score in the SAT, and got to UCLA. Now, going there with that determination did not make me give up, but rather want to do more, because I know that I owe a lot to the people that have helped me get there, and I want to give back.
That's amazing. And I'd like to stay with you for a quick second, right? So based on your explorations or experiences and research, how can policymakers and institutions in Saudi Arabia and beyond create ecosystems that effectively support gifted individuals in realizing their potential? Are there specific initiatives, for instance, that you believe are critical to fostering creativity?
Wonderful. The reality is I'm speaking to you as someone who went through the process. I'm the result of the efforts of the policymakers of Saudi Arabia. And I realized that what's worked with me is, first of all, an identification of my talent, whether through assessments or competitions that Mawhiba fostered or any other school or education-oriented institution in Saudi Arabia. It got me to know that I have something special to offer. And it got my family to be aware of that. It got the people around me to be aware of that. It got the institutions of Saudi Arabia to know that I'm a talented person that should be provided with the democratized opportunities, right? When I say democratized, I mean even those who probably don't have that access to it should be empowered to get that access. And maybe Dr. Heidi would speak about inclusion for a bit. But the point here is that you need to identify the talent. You need to let them know of the possible options. And after that, you need to provide them with the opportunities to deliver what they want to deliver. And number four is to build communities of talented people, right? I realized that through my journey, I've met so many talented people, whether as a high schooler in the Tmeiz program, or before that, even in the elementary school programs that Mawhiba offered. Right now, in the Qimam Fellowship, in the MESC Fellowship, in the Rhodes Scholarship community right now. And I realized that I absorbed so much from that. I learned from the people. I might be biased because I'm a diplomat at core, but I really identify with the people around me. And to see their talents, to see what they have to offer is empowering for me as well. To get to know what this world is all about, why am I doing all of this, is a very important thing. And building a community around that is a key to this.
Wow, that's amazing. And I'd like to just come to you, Dr. Heidi, as we turn to gifted individuals with disabilities. In Saudi Arabia's rapidly evolving landscape, what initiatives or policies do you think are essential to ensure that these individuals can, fully participate and contribute creatively to society?
Thank you very much. Of course, you've really touched on a lifelong passion for me. I think globally, in general, individuals or persons with disabilities have oftentimes been overlooked. But in today's world, we have so many inspirational stories, whether it's Temple Grandins of this world, Stephen Hawking was somebody with a disability who had immense impact in physics and other things. So we have a lot of inspiration that's coming through the connectiveness that we see in social media. When we talk about the idea of inclusion and diversity and inclusion, I think the very first step is to be seen. Whether it's a gender issue, whether it's an abilities issue, giving platforms where people can come out in non-traditional ways, in the sense, whether it's hackathons or competitions or, oration or art, sciences, having those platforms which are much more abundant today than they've ever been, especially here in Saudi Arabia, are critical. But when it comes to policy, I think there's still a lot of ground to be covered in terms of educational policy, inclusive policies, opportunities to be given, accessibility. And I think the biggest challenge that will either, in my opinion, make or break things is technology. The big technological revolution coming up is either an immense opportunity to include people with disability and various kinds of talents and abilities, or it's going to be the big divide, where if we're not inclusive from the very beginning, we're already seeing this in tech, what comes in goes out. So how we design our technology, how we design our connectiveness is either going to include persons with disabilities and really bring them along, or they're going to be left behind in a way that we may not be able to fill that gap. So I think these general questions that we're asking about policy, whether it's technology, how we design programs, giving people various opportunities to participate and giving them the access to participate is extremely critical moving forward.
All right, so let me get a bit more personal. I mean, your work spans speech pathology, right? To diversity and inclusion. I love what Mohammed said about democratizing the opportunity and as it relates to people with disabilities. But how has your diverse career shaped your approach to fostering creativity and inclusivity within organizations?
So thank you, Fab. You're very diplomatic. I am quite vintage. So I diversify myself as well as being part of that aging population, or mature population, let's say. I think, diversity and inclusion really is a mindset. If you boil it down to its very, very basics, it's, are you willing to be flexible and have patience and have empathy to say, I'm willing to see things from your point of view. I'm willing to include you and see what happens from that inclusion. I'm willing maybe to slow down the pace 2 seconds just to see what I can get if we go together. That added saying, if you want to go quick, do it alone. If you want to go far, do it together. Very much so applies to diversity and inclusion. So in any of the ecosystems that I've worked, whether it's been in education, in the clinic, in workplaces, when we were developing, I was very fortunate to work on the first inclusion program to include people with disabilities in the private sector workforce. And the things that we saw were absolutely incredible. And it was just by stepping away from labels and just looking at people and saying, what do you bring to the table and how do I maximize that by matching you with the right ecosystem that you can grow in. It is truly that easy, but it becomes very complicated when you have speed, when you have other factors that play into it. If you're willing to be patient and really think about how do I include somebody, I promise you 99.9% of the time I've ever seen it, it has been well worth the investment.
Thank you very much, Dr. Heidi. I'd like to come to Dr. Hossam now. Thank you for being so patient with me. All right, so let's talk about encouraging creative thinking, especially in your field. You've worked on, developing and, rapid diagnostic tools to combat hospital-acquired infections, an area that requires precision and adherence to protocols. So how do you encourage creative thinking in such a field?
Well, thanks, Fab, for asking this question. It's really a privilege to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation to really meet those great minds. So thank you so much, Dr. Khalid, and many others, of course, and the inviting committee. And again, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak after these two eloquent speakers. They paved the way for me to speak minimally. So I think it's the way how I look at how cultivate creativity, if you would, is basically by trying to define a goal. That goal can be personal or national or even of a global level. So let me be more precise and give you more example. Personally, I go after infectious diseases, and this is basically a goal to me. And that's how I usually try to inspire my students and people who work with me, and even my mentors, is we try to set a goal for us to go after. And that basically will help us to look at the big picture, where we would like to be in the future as a group, as a humanity, as people of this planet Earth, and how we can tackle this. By looking at the big picture, now you broke all the barriers, all of the walls, that can potentially hinder any creativity stoppers, if you would. And by looking at the big picture, basically you are trying to eradicate any obstacles out there and look at how I can achieve there. There can be, for example, by tackling infectious diseases, by eradicating diseases that never were eradicated. A successful example of that, of smallpox. An old virus that used to kill millions of people, and all of a sudden, by having that determination, by having a vaccine for it, it became one of the past. So these big questions that need to be addressed with quite small but incremental steps, with genuine purpose, is basically what is the motive behind my energy, but also the ones that I can pass to my mentees, which basically can help to be more creative and not follow the normal way of thinking.
All right, and you typically don't follow a normal way of thinking in the way you've even lived out your life. An athlete, a media personality, microbiologist, but I know that public awareness is very crucial to your work. Can you share some creative strategies that you've used or encountered to engage both medical professionals and the public in raising awareness about your work?
Well, Fab, I think one of the most, so in public health, we all lived COVID. We all lived how it's important for us to raise public awareness, have their buy-in, have mobilize the political support, and have also the support from the policy decision makers in order to tackle the pandemics, the pandemic we lived, but also the pandemics that will definitely come, unfortunately, in the future. And I'm not trying to scare you, but this is the reality of infectious diseases. They will keep popping up, and we need to be prepared. And of course, one of the most important lessons I have learned from an early age is I really need to be vocal in a creative way. Let me be more precise here. So, of course, we as researchers tend to write a lot of publications and scientific papers, but these papers end up being read and cited by potentially hundreds of, or maybe if you're so lucky, maybe thousands of researchers throughout your lifespan. But the moment you try to translate these breakthroughs in reality, because to be able to publish, you basically need, you should have achieved something quite ingenuine. And to translate that outcome into something more simple for the people who own these results and own this science is basically our own people. Is an important element in scientific communication. And that, I believe, it's our role and duties as scientists and explorers to try and convey these messages across to the public. And now we need to be creative, either through social media, for example, or through filmmaking, or by using sport as a platform. So the connectivity of all of these, so I'm a person like any other human being. I have different interests, of course, through my 8, but I never work 8 really, but 12 hours a day. I'm a professional myself, but at the same time, I do work out as an athlete. So, but at the same time, I need to convey my messages across to the public. And the way how all of this, I try to connect them together is through science communication. How we can utilize science as a component and the granular center for all of this to be connected together, and basically to spread the science, the message of the science across through these different platforms.
Thank you very much. Dr. Heidi has something to add.
I'm good, I'm not.
All right, but Dr. Heidi, you know, diversity is a key driver of creativity, right? How do you see diversity and inclusion playing a role in nurturing creative potential in the workplace? And what are some strategies that you have used to encourage this?
So first of all, for me, creativity doesn't exist unless you have diversity. If we all thought the same and we all approached everything in the same way, you'd never have creativity. So for me, diversity is an absolute requirement to have creativity and thinking outside the box. You know, strategies for encouraging that in the workplace, again, is one, having an open mind. Coming into a situation where I generally tell people, you know, always play the advocate, the opposite advocate. If I really want to really get somebody to think differently, I just say, okay, I'm assigning you the complete opposite of what you're thinking. You need to fight for that. You need to work on a project that really develops that concept, and you need to be the champion for it. Another way to really encourage diversity is to have very clear goals and then create teams that have to work together, but selectively choose people who are different, where they can complete each other. You know, I think for good or bad, MBTIs exist in these personality tests and stuff. While I don't fully believe in them 100% to drive everything, I think they're good indicators to say, okay, what happens if I put an introvert and an extrovert together? You know, what happens, and especially in today's world, you know, you want to talk about techniques. I envy youth today who can work in these open environments. I think that takes a lot of resilience just to survive in open environments. For me, from a diversity and inclusion perspective, it's one of the harshest environments to live in. If I have ADHD, short attention span, if I'm an introvert and energy overwhelms me, being in these open environments is almost detrimental to my health. So I think, you know, when you're thinking about your strategies, it encompasses everything. It's understanding who your people are, understanding what they bring to the table, understanding that creating a little bit of creative controlled chaos and controlled conflict is not a bad thing. Conflict generally will generate creativity and the drive to fix something. But also looking at the environment. There's a lot of environmental factors that create and spark creativity. And I think really looking at that and being very cognizant, you know, do I need more space, less space, more noise, less noise, light? You know, in today's world where you work from home or you have the option of coming in, you know, balancing that out. And really the key to all of that, if you really want good breakthroughs in creativity and innovation, as leaders, as people who create environments for people to work in, it's mastering that and giving everybody just what they need to be able to be the best version of themselves.
Beautiful. I know you did broach it a little bit, Dr. Hossam, but what role would you say, you know, diversity, especially in your work, diversity and creativity play in your approach to scientific research and innovation?
Well, when I think about it, okay, I'll give an example of something we lived. Unfortunately, it's a reality. Sometimes we think about it as a stereotype and we try to be you know, past this point, but I think it's a reality that we need to acknowledge and realize. So most of us have received maybe at least two shots of COVID vaccine, right? Africa, the continent of Africa, people of the continent of Africa have received maximum, 30% of those have received maximum one shot. So 70% of the population in Africa never seen what a COVID vaccine is. So you can see when we talk about health equity, health equality, this perspective, unfortunately, is not universal when it comes to global health. So this is something needs to be acknowledged, and definitely when we are thinking about how we would like to set up global policies, we need to look at it from a different perspective, and hence inclusion, I think it's very, very important, and having a diversified point of views from different representatives throughout the world is extremely important. And that would not only bring the perspective of people who have, were sitting on the other side of the table, but also you will get to understand the perspective of decision makers, the perspective of the policymakers and influencing factors, and so on and so forth. So that is extremely important when it comes to having global panels, for example, to address pandemics or global challenges such as climate change. So for example, the IPCC panel for climate change, it sets the rules of having a diversified members from different backgrounds, as well as socioeconomic backgrounds, as well as, of course, high and low and middle income countries. Why is that? Because it will foster the ingenuity as well as represent the different point of views, basically to address the inclusivity factor in that aspect. So it's definitely important when it comes to setting global policies.
All right, thank you very much. And I'd like to just jump into the creative potential of individuals within the region with you, Mohammed. So through FURAS, you've focused on expanding internships and opportunities for Saudi talent. What innovative practices or strategies have you implemented that have proven effective in developing the creative potential of individuals within the region?
I think the number one lesson we got out of FURAS in its first year cycle was that the markets are hungry for talented people. And when we worked with companies, we started to realize that they actually want interns, but they want them to be prepared for what they are about to get. And we also knew that the interns are ready for their internships, but they want to optimize what they get from the internship. And that's exactly what FURAS is all about. We consult companies into how to optimize internships and help them get the right talents. And we help the talents get to know what are the possible options. And through some filtration assessment, and I'm very grateful to have a software team within FURAS with my co-founder, who's also a CS major, that have been really great in knowing how to make these algorithms that help matchmake the talents with the company. So that's what FURAS is all about. And again, I think that if companies are hungry for these talents, then there is some viable economic reason for doing all the work that Mohiba and all the other talent empowering institutions are doing, not only in the nation, but in the world. And as it comes to the creative strategies that might have helped in getting our first year to be successful with over 70 opportunities offered to about 300 users of our platform, and that was only exclusive to the top students in the US universities, so we still are expanding, it's that we realized that the potential lies in identifying talents. And identifying talents needs to have mechanisms. And even though it's not clear today how should that mechanism be, we try to, as much as possible, sit down and think, if it's a CS company, if they're looking for a software engineer, how can we make sure that they get the right talent? If they're looking for an economist, how can we make sure that we get someone who's prepared to do that job? And how can we make sure that the company is actually ready to get that talented individual and take the most out of that individual? And so assessment and identification of talent was one important thing. Second important thing is offering all possible opportunities for people. Rather than imposing some opportunity on someone, you'd want to give them all the possible options and get them to choose. That is something that I think is also reflected on my potential path, right? When I sat there and got the admission to UCLA, I knew there were a couple of scholarship opportunities that are ahead of me. One that would put me in the STEM field, one that would put me in the political science field. And so for me to sit and choose and think what would be the best for my future, what would optimize my path in the future was a very important thing. And that, I think, was a was a thing that I try to implement as a strategy officer in Foras, and that my team has been very helpful in doing. Again, I'm very grateful for the team at Foras. A shout out to them, and I want you to watch out for the internship ecosystem in Saudi Arabia in the next few years.
We're watching. We will be watching out. Still on talent, right, Dr. Heidi? You've also worked on programs leading to sustainable employment for people with disabilities. How can we better support creativity in individuals with disabilities, and what unique perspectives do they bring to innovation and problem solving?
So again, I think, today more than any other time in history, we have phenomenal examples of how thinking differently has helped change full industries and ecosystems. Again, I'll go back to my example of like Temple Grandin. Temple Grandin, for those of you who don't know who Temple Grandin is, there's a phenomenal movie out there that documents her life. She's on the autism spectrum disorder. She didn't speak until she was about 5 or 6 years old. Her mother, she's American, but her mother was told to basically lock her up and forget her. She wouldn't amount to anything. She has single-handedly changed the whole agricultural industry and how cattle are raised within the industry for slaughter and for the food chain. Phenomenal thinker, thinking in pictures. She got her PhD in agriculture and just became a phenomenal brain and contribution to agriculture. Again, we see this, we have examples with individuals with Down syndrome. On a more simplistic example that we used to use in employment all the time, I don't know how many people here are familiar with the ecosystem of pharmacies in the US and Walgreens. Does anybody know the Walgreens chain in the US? So what people don't know a lot is Walgreens was one of the first to market to have a system where I could prescribe medicine and I could go to any state in the US and be able to get my medicine. I didn't have to get it from my local store that was near me. And we have a saying in disability, what's good for disability is good for everyone. That system was developed because they wanted to employ people with disabilities and they wanted to make it simple. By creating a simplified system that was intuitive, that had screens, that was easy, voice activated in some ways, they were able to develop a whole system that changed the way pharmacies worked on a national level. So I think a lot of these ideas are not groundbreaking. Sometimes simple is better. And that's what we found a lot of times. I want to give one last maybe anecdotal story that for me was a bit heartbreaking in our experience in employment. We had a young man who had a physical disability, and he had very slurred speech, not very understandable. And he had been employed at a company somewhere in Saudi. I won't define where, but let's just say somewhere in Saudi, big company, well-known. He had been there for 3 years. This is a gentleman, something as simple. And when I say, let's get simple, this gentleman, anytime Allah yakrimkum, he had to use the restroom. He had to go home because there wasn't an accessible bathroom in the location. And when we started working with him, the company actually said, we want to keep him. We think he's worth keeping. And when we assessed him, this gentleman knew 3 languages, was a genius, and he would sit at a desk every day and just be excused because he just couldn't verbally connect with anyone. Once we were able to tap into his ability to understand languages, because he couldn't speak, he didn't even have a telephone where he could, at the time, buzz to have like tea brought to him. All that changed, provided him with a telephone, made one of the bathrooms accessible, and his production at work just skyrocketed. We didn't inherently change his skill set. What we changed was our ability to support, understand, and maximize what he brought to the table. So these are the things that keep you there, that keep you sustainable. He was there for 3 years with nothing, and now he's one of the most, I think the last I checked in, he was still there after 10 years. So these kinds of things make a difference. It's thinking basics. How do I provide the infrastructure and belonging. Many people underestimate. We are human creatures. We are social creatures. And when you talk to many people with disability, it's not about necessarily the salary or the job. It's about feeling like I have a community and I belong to something. And I think we really underestimate that. And especially as we digitize more. At the end of the day, even today, even people without disabilities, in my line of work and a lot of what I do, I'm hearing this belonging concept really coming into play. And people really want to feel like they belong to a community.
Thank you very much for that. Something I've been itching to talk about with Mohammed, who is as diversified in his disciplines as they come, because he has a background spanning political science, mathematics, economics. GCC is doing a research on GCC economic statecraft using AI. So how do you think cross-disciplinary knowledge drives innovation and creativity? Can you share an example as well where combining disciplines led to unique insights or solutions?
Let me take you a step back and try to connect what I'm trying to do and explain this important point about developing talents. When you offer the talented person the opportunity to choose what they want to do, they will optimize their path. And as long as it's accessible, they're going to go there. They're going to find their own path, they're going to optimize where they go. And that's, I think, is the fruit of the effort of Mohib and the other talent developing institutions in my nation and abroad. And so when I went into UCLA, I went as a high school student. I knew I wanted to be a diplomat, and I did speak in my freshman year with Dr. Heidi and was telling her, I want to be a diplomat. At that time, I was exploring, what does mathematics mean? What does economics mean? And any other field that's out there. And going back in high school, I didn't study all of these subjects. So to me, that was something new. I was curious about it. I had the opportunity, and I wanted to explore. I'm now in my senior year, about to graduate with 2 bachelor's degrees, one in mathematics, economics, and the other in political science. The reality of the situation is I never thought that studying such diverse disciplines would be so fruitful for me. Remember when Dr. Hussam was talking about how he had these different paths, how Dr. Heidi was talking about diversity and how it defines what it means for innovation and for creativity. When I studied political science with the lens of a mathematician or with the lens of an economist, I started to see things that are incredibly different from what other people in my department were thinking. When I started looking at mathematics from the lens of a social scientist, I started seeing different things within the field. And that's the fruit of my thesis, right? I'm starting to study Saudi foreign policy and GCC foreign policy in the Middle East across the last 20 years, employing AI, which is linguistics, CS, data science, so it's also a cross-disciplinary product, employing AI to better understand how people felt about Saudi Arabia in the last 20 years, and to get that to optimize the policies of Saudi Arabia and the GCC countries. And again, if you're looking at another discipline from the lens of your own discipline, you're probably more likely to see something new. And that links to the point that the diversity is also very important in the workplace. Because when you come in with a different background, you're more likely to make an innovative approach. And so trying to melt in all the things that I've been trying to say. One is that diversity, cross-disciplinarity is important. 2, it's probably a result of democratized access to opportunities. And 3, this is exactly the fruit of what talent developers should be doing out there. And then maybe also because we don't have much time, I think one critical point for developing talents that I think people often overmiss, but is very important. It's the reality that when you tell the talented person you're a member of a community, and there are people working for you to get to do something, you are only fueling them to do more, right? When I see people like you attending this conference, dedicating their time, just to better understand how can you develop talents, when you see my nation's policy making focused on how can we optimize the path for our youth, when you see people like Dr. Heidi and Dr. Hussam who's dedicated their times, even you, Fab, when you tell me about your efforts in Africa and how you want to make sure that people are getting the right opportunities, it only makes me feel that there is so much I need to do for this world. And I'm only case in point, right? There are so many others that are going to do even more important things. And so being identified as a talented person and telling the talented person that there's so much effort that they're getting invested in, is only going to make them feel that they want to do more, not less, because they're talented people. The fact that they have a special contribution they can make is only going to make them do more, not less. This is very important to realize, and I think any institution that tries to develop talents should plant this in the talented people. You're a member of the community, you owe a lot to this community, and you ought to do more.
Thank you very much for that, Mohammed. Now, I found out in my courses interacting with Dr. Hossam that he actually has a daughter in the Mohiba program, right? Which is fantastic. And I'll close with this, right? I want you to advise two groups of people. Now, there's the talented and gifted individuals, and also the researchers and healthcare professionals who want to push the boundaries of conventional approaches. How would you advise them on, going about contributing creatively to solving, the world's problems?
Well, Fab, this is a very actually quite personal, honestly, when I think about it. And I want to build on what Muhammad just said. I think he said talent development. So the question is, I'm not, my background is not in giftedness or creativity or whatever. But I think, when I think about it, is it nurture or nature? So Muhammad was very clear when he said talent development. So it's basically, you need to nurture the talents. I think everybody's talented, honestly. So what talent is dedication, determination, having goals, and having the belief that you can give back. And all of that is being demonstrated by Muhammad here. And I'm also a very proud professor of two great graduates of my medical school, Dr. Faris here and Dr. Hisham, who just stepped out. And many others who I have hundreds of students who I have taught throughout my tenure. But I think what I have realized throughout my interaction with my students, as well as, of course, with my daughter, I think, is having the recognition that everybody is talented. Now, how we can nurture their talent, direct it in a way by building their own belief that truly they can make change to their own selves. Muhammad demonstrated a great example here of turning from a person with very minimal English background to somebody who can speak eloquently now and want to represent the country's goal and policies on a global level, being a diplomat. So this is exactly the aspiration that the student or anybody who would like to have a bright future should have. The opportunities out there. Honestly, what we're having now, alhamdulillah, we're living in a country that provides equal opportunity to everybody, provided that they have the inner energy to go after it. And of course, and then step back and realize it's not only about me. It's about giving back to my own people. It's equally how I got given the opportunity to develop my own self. And it's time now to give the opportunity to others and help them to grow. And this is exactly what I'm thinking about it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hossam. Dr. Heidi, this is also closing. So very quickly, I mean, your personal achievements, including summiting Kilimanjaro, demonstrate perseverance and grit. How do physical and mental challenges influence creativity? And tell me, what lessons can be learned from pushing beyond one's comfort zone?
So I absolutely believe in the balance of mind, soul, and body. And sometimes starting with the physical restrictions that you have or your physical limitations helps you start to tap into mentally. Real quick, when we were summiting Kilimanjaro at that summit, I can't tell you, I came back in a bag on oxygen on the way down because of altitude issues. But it was life-changing, and it was one of the things that taught me the most. First of all, we're all much stronger than we think. It's truly mind over matter. So pushing yourself, I think, is the only way to really realize what your limitations are and have a healthy respect for those limitations, but also checking yourself along the way. What's limiting today, after you start to address it may not be limiting tomorrow. So you shouldn't define yourself about, I think you should know yourself well enough, mind, body, and soul. Today, where do I stand? And be your biggest critic and your biggest cheerleader. You are the only one that's going to be able to push yourself through something. You know exactly where your limits are. You probably know with some reflection what you need to get through it. So one, assess yourself. Know what your limits are. Know where your strengths are. Be your biggest cheerleader. Be careful what you say to yourself. Okay? Your inner voice has a lot of weight and a lot of value. Always think that you can and find out and be able to express, to ask for what you need to be able to get there, and continuously assess and redo. I think, Kilimanjaro was my hardest climb. I've done a lot since, different mountains, and I've also chosen where my comfort zones are and where I want to push myself. There's nothing wrong with also knowing your limitation and saying, I choose to do this or I choose not to do that. I think that's a strength.
All right, amazing. Thank you very much. Mohammed, your journey from co-founding Furas to becoming a Rhodes Scholar-elect is a creative and impactful one, I must say. So what key lessons or insights have you gained, and please close on this, that could inspire others, just like you mentioned, to make a difference through their unique talent?
I think we've talked a lot about the how. I'd like to touch on the why. Whether it's at the UN in New York, whether it's at UCLA in Los Angeles, whether it's at McKinsey in Riyadh and at Dubai and in South Africa, I've often asked myself, why am I doing all of this, right? Why am I pushing myself and not dedicating much time to enjoy the weekends and the traveling around and doing something for tourism and rather focus on what would be great and when it comes to the impact contribution, but also when it comes to learning. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala يقول في القرآن هو أنشأكم في الأرض واستعمركم فيها. So our purpose in life, there's a mandate for us in life to give back to this earth. And so that's the first point. The second point, I think, which is what I mentioned earlier, knowing that there are people who helped me get here, whether it's my family, my friends, people in my school, people in my community, leaders in Mawhiba, leaders in my nation that have created scholarships, or created opportunities for me to do more. People I met at the UN or at NSIDF or at McKinsey, and listing them does not mean these are the only people, right? There are so many people out there. Even the people I interacted with, had conversations with, even today in this conference, have made something in my perspective that I would carry with me in the future. And I owe them a lot because of that, right? Because they helped create the talent and the potential in me, I owe them so much. And so it is very important for me to give back. And again, the definition of what it means for you to be designated as a talented person, and my word to myself and reminder, but to every talented student out there, is that the fact that you got invested in means you need to do more, not less.
You need to do more and not less. And on that note, I would like to say a big thank you to all of our panelists, Dr. Hosam Zoawi, Dr. Heidi Al-Askari, and of course, Mohammed Al-Harti. Thank you so very much. If there's anything that I'm taking away from this, before you will clap, I will encourage you to clap. But before you do, I know you're taking away a lot, but for me, personally, assessing, and as Mohammed said, assessing, identifying this talent, very important. Exploring is also very important for this talent to take them to identifying the opportunities, and of course, democratizing the opportunity, very important, as he said. Heidi said something, he said we must also know to slow our pace, especially for all of those individuals who are talented, but maybe not moving at the same pace as we are, so we may carry them along. It's very important for all of us to arrive together. And of course, you must know your limits and then start to push beyond those limits. Dr. Hosam said, indeed, we must nurture this talent. Of course, that's the goal at Mawhiba. And we must have the belief that each and every one of us has something to give back. And of course, remember, that is not just about you. It is about the people around you as well. So on that note, please, an applause for my amazing panelists. And thank you to you two, our amazing audience, for joining us and indeed engaging with this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our amazing moderator and amazing panelists. Please kindly remain on stage because we would like to take a moment to honor the incredible panelists of this very insightful session.
Thank you indeed, our panelists, our moderator. We are pleased to invite Mr. Khalid Al-Hayman, Deputy Secretary General, Shared Services of Mawhiba, to honor our distinguished panelists and moderator for their outstanding contributions to today's inspiring discussions. Instead, we invite Ms. Reem to replace Mr. Khalid.
Very inspiring conversation, Osama.
It is. Thank you indeed, our panelists and our speaker, our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, as day 2 of the Global Conference on Giftedness and Creativity draws to a close, let's now reflect on today's incredible journey. Let us take a moment to celebrate the transformative power of giftedness, creativity, and innovation.
And from the groundbreaking keynotes to the engaging panel discussions and the hands-on energy of the Creathon and workshops, today has truly been a celebration of collaboration and discovery.
We've also witnessed the forging of powerful partnerships through the signing of MOUs, laying the foundation for a future of shared innovation and growth.
Tomorrow is another exciting day and another rich agenda. Tomorrow promises even more insightful conversations and groundbreaking ideas and actionable solutions that will take us further in our quest to elevate giftedness and creativity.
Thank you indeed for your passion, engagement, and dedication to this shared vision. Let us continue to think boldly, act purposefully, and move together beyond creative minds.
Thank you, everyone, and see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Assalamu alaikum.